era of football est video is purement para entretenimiento y no infringe derechos de autor en les. Los derechos de la novela y la imagen son del autor original, no reclamamos propiedad. No te gusta esperar y quieres escuchar este fanfic completo ahora? Suscríbete a nuestro Patreon, donde encontrarás los mejores fanfics. Chapter 351. Too big a step. Dancing on the edge of a knife, walking on thin ice. Fiffin's victory was indeed hard-won. Yoon showed their best form so far, and Fiffin also pressed out their potential in such a forced situation, which led to this victory. This victory, of course, has raised Fiffin's status in the minds of the media and fans. Many professional game scouts who watched the game were shocked by the level shown by Fiffin. Although Kangping's performance was also excellent, it is obvious that Kangping's prospects are not as good as Fiffin's. The young players in Kangping are nothing more than Zheng Qi, Bai Senator, Yin Yu, Yo Kaian and a few others. Most of the others are not young anymore, and their strength and future have been determined. What about Fiffin? There are more than a dozen players under the age of 22, and each of them has excellent operation level and strong character attributes. Such a team will only get stronger and stronger. Even if they lose to Kangping and grow a little more next year, can anyone in the Yamato team really stop them? Of course, many scouts from many teams were thinking that if Fiffin failed to enter the professional arena, these talented young players with good background would be good targets. You have to know that for most Class A teams, they lack the environment and attraction to cultivate young players, so recruiting young players from other teams has become an extremely important means. In addition to getting some benefits from super teams, poaching from amateur teams is also an important source of players. Fiffin's composition is rare in decades, so poaching must be easier. For a while, I don't know how many scouts from Class A teams were cheering for Kang Kong in their hearts. You must kill Fiffin in a week, so we will have a chance to start. If Fiffin enters the Class A arena, it is obvious that the probability of poaching from them, who are also Class A teams, will be much lower. Super teams may not poach from low-level arenas, so for Fiffin, the current fame is an honor, but also a burden. Just having fame without sufficient status is a crime, and becoming the target of plunder by other teams is not to blame others. However, at this time, Fiffin is still very stable. The Bogue trio will not think too much. An Chong and Hong Jian will return after the last game, and Qing Yizhao will go to build his own new account. Their future will not change. Qing Chuan and the other 5 will not be willing to go to the first-class team. If they want to go to the first-class team, they would have gone there long ago. If they don't want a better future, why would they temporarily give up a year of training in the first-class league and come to Fiffin? Of course, if Fiffin can't enter the first-class league, some of them may have other ideas, but that will have to be after the finals. As for Zheng Qi and other shareholders, it goes without saying that when they became shareholders at Fiffin, they were already tightly tied to Fiffin. To be honest, there are not many Yamato teams that can still work together after playing to this point, but Fiffin is an exception. How can ordinary Yamato teams have such perfect facilities as theirs? Of course, with such rapid development, there'll certainly be some hidden dangers. This is inevitable, but as long as they can maintain high-speed development, then these hidden dangers will always be just hidden dangers and will not erupt. Dancing on the edge of a knife is not only the Fiffin first team, but the entire Fiffin club. If you want to quickly become a top team, you must take such risks. Do everything to the best of your ability, and then leave the rest to luck. For Butler Meng, as long as you pay enough attention to the details, then luck will come naturally. After winning the game against Yoon, Fiffin's players seemed a little tired in the next day. In the confrontation with Changfen, they were defeated. This was certainly due to the fact that Changfen began to treat them more seriously, and their own low state was also a very important factor. If you are so boring again, we will not play with you. Shinryo said to Zheng Qi. Zheng Qi smiled. Of course he knew what Shinryo meant. This was actually to stimulate Fiffin and let them perform better. This was not a pleasant word, but the meaning was good. Don't worry, I'll let you play a few games today, and tomorrow will be different. Zheng Qi replied. My kindness is taken as a donkey's liver and lungs. Shinryo snorted and turned off the communicator. Brother Fei is getting more and more arrogant now. How come he has changed so much? He doesn't recognize his brothers after he went to Changfen. Oh, this person is too difficult to make friends with. Zheng Qi said to Zheng Shu and Niao. The two raised their middle fingers to him at the same time. If Shinryo heard what he said, he would probably be so angry that he would vomit 3 liters of blood. However, Zheng Qi was not bragging. After being abused by Changfen for a day, Fiffin's performance on the second day was obviously much better. In a contest of 22 people against 22 people, Zheng Qi waited until there were only 5 players left before sending all the members of Fifan out of the arena. Did you take medicine? Fen Tu couldn't help asking. This is slander, do you know? Be careful or I will sue you. Zheng Qi replied. Then how did you suddenly improve so much? Zheng Qi asked incredulously. Do you want to know? Zheng Qi asked. Yes. Zheng Qi nodded obediently. I won't tell you even if I want to. This is a secret. Zheng Qi motioned him to come closer and then whispered in his ear. Zheng Qi almost fought with Zheng Qi on the spot. You guys are really brave enough to gamble. Lu Xiaoshan said calmly. For men like us, it is our duty to seek a glimmer of hope in the dark road. Zheng Qi replied. Have you been reading fairy tales recently? Wen Xiang asked with a smile. Oh, this has been discovered. Zheng Qi replied. Let's go, let's compete again later. Lu Xiaoshan stopped talking nonsense. No need, if we meet you later, we will admit defeat and fight again in the afternoon. Zheng Qi replied. Lu Xiaoshan looked at Zheng Qi with some surprise, and then nodded thoughtfully. Very smart guy. On the way to the boss competition venue, Lu Xiaoshan said to Wen Xiang in private chat. There are fewer and fewer young people who know the truth that too much is as bad as too little. Wen Xiang nodded and replied. We are also young people, I'm really looking forward to what it will be like when we meet them in the Super League. Lu Xiaoshan said with a sigh. That will be at least the next season. When we face them as 5-time champions, they might be scared by us. Wen Xiang smiled. Lu Xiaoshan laughed heartily. Wen Xiang's words always hit his itch. With such a wife, what else could a husband ask for? Looking at Shen Renofei running in front, Lu Xiaoshan felt more confident. This young man, let alone other things, whether it is operation, character attributes or something else, these are not impossible to copy. However, his incomparable desire for victory and such a character are rare. He is still at the peak, and with such a successor, the future of Zheng Qi is bright. Why do you want to admit defeat in advance, boss? Li Rui asked Zheng Qi with some confusion. The gap is there. It's meaningless to falsify it. Just digest it in actual combat. We have already tried our best, but still lost. If we lose more next time, it will be bad. It's better to think about where we are still lacking in actual combat, and then fight them again. The key to the game is not to play for the sake of playing, but to find that gap through the game and make up for it. Don't put the cart before the horse. Zheng Qi said seriously. You are too serious, so serious that I don't know you as Zheng Qi. I'm Yuan Fen sighed. It shows that you don't know me well enough. You and Xiao should not stay together all the time. You have the same style. You will become stupid if you stay together all the time. Zheng Qi replied. You will become stupid. We complement each other. I don't know how happy it is. I'm Yuan Fen retorted. It is true that the advantages should be brought to the extreme, but if the obvious shortcomings are compensated, there will be a significant improvement, so why not do it? Zheng Qi said lightly. Think about this carefully. An Yuan Fen was silent, and so are the others. Although Zheng Qi said this to An Yuan Fen, it was applicable to everyone. Just when everyone was silent, Zheng Qi secretly sent a private message to Bartolomeng. What do you think, Uncle Meng? Is my approach more effective? Well, I won't have such an effect even if I say it out loud. Probably no one wants to be despised by you. Bartolomeng replied. Of course. Wait, Uncle Meng, are you mocking me by saying this? You think too much. In the friendly match in the afternoon, Fifan's performance did not improve much. Compared with the previous friendly match, they even supported it for a shorter time and took away fewer Zheng Qi players. However, after the game, Lu Xiaoshan showed a rare excitement. It seems that you have found your own path. Lu Xiaoshan said to Zheng Qi. It's just a temporary road, and we need to make adjustments later. Zheng Qi shrugged and answered. Of course, there is no road that can conquer the world. Constant adjustments are the way for a strong team to remain strong. Lu Xiaoshan patted Zheng Qi on the shoulder and said, I look forward to meeting you in the Super League in more than a year. After that, Lu Xiaoshan left the field with Zheng Qi's people, leaving behind a group of extraordinary players who were envious and jealous. Lu Xiaoshan patted your shoulder. An Yuan Fen shouted. TSK, what's the matter, pretending to be a big brother to help the younger generation, and besides, it doesn't have to wait for more than a year to meet them in the official competition. Zheng Qi smiled. Ah, you mean, entering the professional arena will qualify you to play in the cup competition? How about we strive for the cup championship next year? Boss, the steps are too big. It's easy to pull your balls, then let's jump forward. Zombies? Don't make a fuss. How far can zombies jump? We should learn the spirit of hurdle heroes and sprint forward with big strides. He will leave the field in 4 years. Shut up. Chapter 352. The disappearance of the 4 pests. The following week, Fifin spent the rest of the week in this cycle. The number of friendly matches with Zheng has obviously decreased, but the quality has been significantly improved. Although there were many matches with Zheng before, the Fifin players did not really gain much experience except for adapting to the experience of playing against top players, because the overall gap with Zheng was too big. This is the same as any other sports or confrontations. Of course, you have to compete with opponents who are stronger than you, but if the opponent is too strong and can kill you with a wave of his hand, then the effect of training is really very weak. Although the gap between the previous matches with Zheng was not that big, the Fifin players had limited experience. Now, they have actually encountered confrontations under various factors and various environments. In addition, they have gradually become familiar with Zheng's players. The improvement of experience has really taken effect now. Zheng also competes with them very seriously, and often chooses the most complex maps, such as confrontations under various environments. Fifin players have suffered losses repeatedly in such situations, but their familiarity with complex maps is constantly improving. Zheng's selfless act was certainly not completely a lay fen. At least during this period, the income of the 4 Pests Alliance began to decline significantly, because Fifin could not entangle Zheng's main forces before. During this period, Fifin and the members of Kangping did not know how to treat each other. When the regional competition just started, everyone could still say that they might not meet each other, but now that the finals are about to begin, it is really too difficult for the two sides to continue to cooperate closely. Let's stop our cooperation for a while, and wait until the finals are over. In view of the fact that the 4 Pests Alliance was already in name only at this time, Zheng Qi took the initiative to find King Wenmin and others and put forward this request. Kangping's General President Zheng Qi remained silent. During this period, the income of the 4 Pests Alliance declined significantly. The 4 guilds could not get 2 or 3 bosses every day. Although it was much better than before, the harvest after combining with the 4 Pests Alliance was far worse. There are of course various reasons for this situation, but the core reason is still because of the finals of the finals. It is inevitable that there will be various conflicts between the members of the Kangping and Fifin guilds, which occupy half of the guild. At this point, the 4 Pests Alliance, which has been maintained for more than a year, is indeed about to disintegrate. Such an alliance often cannot last too long, because with so many people involved, it is simply impossible to have no conflicts between each other. Small conflicts accumulate into big conflicts, and then to the point of being incompatible. This is how the alliances in the past split up. The split of the 4 Pests Alliance was not due to these reasons, but because of the upcoming finals between Fifin and Kangping. This made Zheng Qi and Haitian feel a little wrong, but they had no choice. According to their thinking, kicking Kangping out is the best choice. The 4 pests will become 3 pests, and at least the advantage can be maintained. However, Zheng Qi did not think so. If they want to separate, they should separate completely. Anyway, when Fifin enters the professional arena, there will be some conflicts with Zheng Qi and Haitian. Such a combination has achieved excellent results in a short period of time, but it is destined not to last long. In fact, even if the 4 Pests Alliance becomes history, these 4 teams will not be without benefits. They have gained enough benefits in the past year or so. Although Zheng Qi and Haitian have no hope of upgrading, they have maintained a sufficient level in the A-level arena, not to mention Kangping and Fifin. Things that benefit everyone are terminated for various inexplicable reasons, which can be regarded as a kind of helplessness in life. In this case, Zheng Qi chose to cut the Gordian knot. Seeing Zheng Qi say this, Zheng Qi nodded silently, while King Wenmin and Ria Qianlei were hesitant to speak. After Zheng Qi left, King Wenmin and Ria Qianlei wanted to say something, but Zheng Qi waved his hand casually. "Goodbye, both of you, see you in the rivers and lakes." Before King Wenmin and Ria Qianlei could finish their words, Zheng Qi left quickly, leaving the two of them with bitter smiles. Alas, it only lasted for more than a year. I'm really unwilling. King Wenmin sighed and said, "Yes, we're going to have a hard time. If we meet on the battlefield to grab the boss, please show some mercy." Ria Qianlei also said with a wry smile, "You should say this to Ring Ping Sheng." King Wenmin shook his head and left quickly. The two did not mention continuing the alliance. Even if the two clubs joined together, they could produce 60 elite teams, which was more than most of the Class A teams and some super teams. However, the two knew clearly that the key to the alliance was the command of the extraordinary coach Meng, not their strength. Even if they joined together like this, even if it was better than before, the consumption would still be much greater. Thinking about it, it was still not enough to make ends meet. The two could only sigh in their hearts, what a happy life they had been in the past year, but it was a pity that they would be gone in the future. Thinking about the past year, there were at least a dozen bosses a week, and sometimes 20 or 30 bosses were not rare. Thinking about going back to the past, they could only pick up 5 or 6 bosses a week with fear, and they couldn't help but sigh at the same time. It's easy to go from frugality to luxury, but it's hard to go from luxury to frugality. Of course, Piffin and Kanken didn't care about their lamentations. Alliance is alliance, but after becoming competitors, no matter how much alliance, it will become a luxury. Kanken's most important goal now is the championship. If they can win that game, then when they return to the A-level arena next season, they will always have a lot more room for maneuver. At the time, the boss problem will be slowly solved. After all, they have saved a lot of equipment materials in the past year. For the A-level team, their material consumption does not need to be so extravagant. The saved materials can be used for 1 or 2 years if they are used sparingly. Piffin didn't care even more. If they could enter the professional arena, with the extraordinary appeal, they could create more elite teams. They had cooperated with others before because the overall strength of the guild was weak, but now the overall strength of Piffin's guild is not bad. At least compared with most of the guilds at the first-class clubs, they have no obvious disadvantages. Maybe they are a little worse in terms of high-end talents, but the middle level is not inferior at all. With the command of Butler Meng, it is not difficult for such a guild to achieve better results. Cooperation is a stopgap measure. Now, taking advantage of such an opportunity, disbanding the Four Pests Alliance is also an opportunity. The only problem is that Butler Meng may not have so much energy, especially recently. The most important thing is to deal with the final against Kanken, and the fight for the boss can be postponed. If Kanken can be defeated, there will be plenty of time to grab the boss next. Zheng Qi still knows the priority clearly. After Zheng Qi left, he went to find Fulei and told him the news of the dissolution of the Four Pests Alliance. What a pity, this damn schedule. Fulei was silent for a while, then shook his head and sighed. Zheng Qi nodded in agreement. Piffin could regroup in the future, but Kanken, I'm afraid, would never have the chance to regroup. Why did they split? The key is still because of this final. Why was there this final? Because the schedule determined that Kanken and Piffin, who were in the same division, could only survive one. Under such a contradiction, it was a miracle that the guild members of Piffin and Kanken did not fight at the beginning of the final. Now that they have come to the end, the two sides will inevitably clash. Even if the members of both sides had a good relationship before, they will now have to spray each other and PK. The club established on the guild system will inevitably be affected by this. The fact that there was no large-scale conflict between the members of both sides is the result of the efforts of the top leaders of both sides to restrain each other. If they were not divided into the same division, but separated, there would be no such contradiction between the two sides. Even if the Four Pests Alliance could not be maintained all the time, it could continue for a long time. What a pity. I was still hoping to meet them in the A-level competition. Now we can only have a good competition in the final. Fulei sighed. No matter what, we must win this game. Zheng Qi said seriously. He is also a former professional player and is quite famous in the guild. If it were not for his loyalty to Kanken, he would not have stayed after Kanken was relegated. After all, serving as the guild president in an amateur team, the income and other things will be reduced a lot, but Zheng Qi does not care about this. He has a name that looks very cruel, but deep in his heart he has infinite loyalty. Of course, we will definitely win. Returning to the A-level arena is our goal and our responsibility. Fulei looked at Zheng Qi and answered very seriously. Zheng Qi laughed and said goodbye to Fulei. He didn't know whether Fulei's words were to comfort him or to be serious. After all, Piffin's performance has now been recognized by everyone. They think that Piffin is a very outstanding team. In the amateur arena, they are not the most qualified team to qualify for the promotion, but at least one of the most qualified teams to qualify for the promotion. Facing such an opponent, no amateur team is qualified to say that they will definitely win. However, Fulei's words at least prove that Kanken will give everything for this game. That's enough. Zheng Qi firmly believed that Kanken, which had a history of several decades, would not disappear just like that. The roots of Kanking were still there, and the soul of Kanking was still there. Even if it was reduced to an amateur team, it would not disappear. Even if many teams with a longer history and a more glorious history than Kanking disappeared, Kanking would never disappear. With such a firm belief, Zheng Qi once again devoted himself to his work. Kanking was his belief, and everything to him. However, what Zheng Qi didn't know was that Fulei was not comforting him. Chapter 353. Peace is also a kind of strength. Tiffin is very famous now, right? Zhu Shan said with a smile while looking at Fulei, who was walking towards him. Yes, compared with the beginning of the finals, they have indeed changed a lot, and their reputation has also increased a lot. Now most people think that they're a team of the same level as us, and it is normal for anyone to appear in the A-level competition next year, and they have a broader prospect and a more brilliant future than us. Fulei replied. That seems to be the fact. Zhu Shan laughed. It's a fact that is difficult to produce. Even if it is a broad prospect and brilliant development, it must be based on their ability to participate in the A-level league. Once they can't advance, then those A-level teams that are sharpening their knives will poach them, and we won't miss such an opportunity either. Fulei laughed. I'm glad you have such awareness. Zhu Shan looked at Fulei and nodded. I am still grateful for their help when I was in the most difficult time, but now I am a player of Kanking. I will go all out when I am on the court. If I defeat them, I will try my best to persuade them to join us, no matter how difficult it is, I will try. Fulei said firmly. Well, in this final, I'm actually quite confident. They are improving very quickly, and their overall strength is growing quite fast now. However, the game does not rely on these alone, but also on experience and tactics. Zhu Shan nodded. In terms of experience, we will have an advantage. Fulei said. Yes, but relying on experience alone is just that. After all, Tiffin is also improving his experience very quickly now, and at the same time, their overall level weaknesses are being made up, so we still have to work hard on tactics. Zhu Shan said. Coach Meng has strong tactical ability. Fulei hesitated for a moment, then reminded. He is very strong, but he is more skilled in large-scale battlefield scheduling. In this small-scale scenario of 11 players against 11 players, he is not particularly good at arranging specific tactical details, and this kind of small detail arrangement is my strong point. This is our advantage, and we must play it out. Don't worry, coach. We have been preparing for this game for the past year, and the guys have rested well and adjusted their state as well. In the last game, we will not fall at the last step. When Zhu Shan and Fulei were discussing the final, Zheng Qi was stopped by Butler Meng. We will be in trouble in this final. Butler Meng said to Zheng Qi with a solemn expression. I think it's okay. Kanking is very good, but Brother Fan's operation level is not particularly good. Other Kanking players are even worse than Brother Fan. We are not afraid of them as a whole now. Even if there are only 16 people taking turns to play, we still have an advantage. I don't believe that there is any team in the Yamato competition that can stop our split attack. Zheng Qi said with some surprise. Overall, it is like this, but the specific details of the tactics may still be able to snipe us. Zhu Shan, the coach of Kanking, is such a head coach who is good at focusing on details. Kanking's outstanding performance in the past few years is because of his good use of tactical details, which has allowed Kanking to have the opportunity to successfully impact the Super Arena. We can't underestimate this guy. Butler Meng said seriously. TSK, so what, it still didn't succeed? Zheng Qi said disdainfully. Kanking's own strength is only in the middle of the A-level, only the 12th or 13th place, but it has been ranked in the top 6 for 3 consecutive years, but it was eliminated in the playoffs because of its weak individual level. Such a head coach may have some defects in leading a top team, but he is excellent in leading a mid to lower level team. How dare you underestimate him? Butler Meng said a little depressed. Hee, how dare I, but Uncle Meng, you have prepared in advance, will there be any problems in this game? Zheng Qi smiled. You've learned to be smart. No, that's because of my strong confidence in you, Uncle Meng, that's why I made such a judgment. Then you're wrong this time. To be honest, there's nothing I can do. Damn it, Uncle Meng, don't scare me. Who scared you? Specific tactical arrangements rely on the spot reaction and understanding of details. I'm good at the general idea but neglect details. This is a problem of personality and characteristics. Besides, I'm not young anymore. My instantaneous reaction is not as good as that of young people. In so many games, when have I ever made specific tactical arrangements? They are all large strategic arrangements. Don't you know? I thought you wanted to train our on-field thinking ability, so you only pointed out the direction but didn't say how to do it specifically. You're overthinking. I'm not a jack of all trades. I just do it more deeply in the areas I'm good at. But we always think you know everything. Let's give up this incorrect idea. No one can know everything. Okay, but Uncle Meng, what should we do next? 4 words, adapt the circumstances. These 4 words are easy to say but too difficult to do. Then I have 4 more words for you. What? Break out with all your might. Damn it. Such a conversation did not dampen Zheng Qi's enthusiasm. In fact, he agreed with what Butler Meng said. Since the specific tactical details could not be prepared in advance, nor could they be confronted through on-the-spot command, the only way was to improvise. In such a situation, what other ways could be used to win besides playing at a better level and bursting out all of one's abilities? However, after knowing this, Su Jing had a different opinion. Uncle Meng, you are not going to force us to use our full potential again, are you? This is the final. If we need to practice, we can practice again next year. It is better to win easily. Su Jing said to Butler Meng privately. You think too highly of me. Butler Meng replied speechlessly. Really? I always thought you knew everything. Su Jing smiled. I'm innocent to be influenced by the wrong impression. Butler Meng sighed. Is there really no other way? Su Jing asked. Really not. Butler Meng spread his hands. Up to now, the strength of both sides has been fully exposed. Our players have stronger character attributes, and the operation of both sides is similar. We also have more explosive players, which is our advantage, but the overall performance ability and specific tactical details are the advantages of Kangkong. This advantage cannot be said to be good or bad. Any details in the finals may affect the final victory or defeat. I can't do more in such a game. In the final analysis, it still depends on everyone's performance. I understand, in this case, in fact, none of us should rely on you. Su Jing said thoughtfully. Trust and dependence are 2 different things. Coaches and players trust each other and rely on each other, but neither side must rely on the other. This approach will have a very bad result, that is, the party being relied on, once unable to solve the problem in front of it, the party that is used to relying on it, even if it has the ability to solve the problem, can't use it. Fifin can't make such a mistake if he wants to reach the peak. Butler Meng sighed and said calmly. But we have begun to rely on you now. Su Jing frowned. So you and Zheng Qi need to do something more? Butler Meng nodded. Tell everyone the news, so that they can be mentally prepared. I told Zheng Qi privately that I hope he can tell more people. This kind of thing can't be said too much in public, nor can it be said nothing. Otherwise, I really can't come up with an idea at the time, and the guys will collapse. Didn't Zheng Qi tell more people? He did. He called us all over, and then told us mysteriously, and he was very gloating, saying something like it turns out that Uncle Meng is not omnipotent. Ha 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 ha, now I am finally relieved. How can there be someone more talented than me in this world? Everyone thinks he is crazy, so I came to ask you. Su Jing said helplessly. This kid deserves a beating. Butler Meng was silent for a while, and then said. You can tolerate him for so many years, which is also very impressive. Su Jing comforted Butler Meng. Butler Meng sighed for a long time, which meant that he met the wrong person. Su Jing did not openly tell everyone about the problems the club was facing like Zheng Qi did, but talked to the Fifin players one by one, telling them what they might encounter in the finals and what kind of difficulties they might encounter at the time. It must be said that the difference in character was immediately revealed. When Zheng Qi said it, everyone thought he was crazy or joking, but when Su Jing said it, everyone believed it. Then there were all kinds of worries. After all, after entering Fifin, they were indeed accustomed to the role played by Butler Meng. Butler Meng always pointed out the most critical path for them, and seemed to be omnipotent. And it was normal for Fifin players to unconsciously rely on him. Fifin players were mainly young players. After all, young players would be confused and encounter many problems. At this time, the person who would help them solve these problems would become the object of their reliance, and Butler Meng was such a person. Now that such reliance is gone, of course they will have all kinds of worries. We have relied on Butler Meng for too long. Now, it is time to rely on our own strength to get through the last level. Su Jing said calmly. We have to rely on our own strength to get through the last step. After that, no one can stop us. Calmness is sometimes a kind of strength, especially at a time like now when people's hearts are a little confused. Looking at Su Jin's calm expression, the extraordinary contestants also calmed down unconsciously. Yes, the last opponent, even if he is so strong that people feel they can't fight against him, must fight to the end, let alone now. Si est escuchando esta novela en un canal distinto al mundo fanfic novelas, significat lo descarga and y subir en sinisfuerzos invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novelas all encontrar la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos narradores. Te esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas increíbles. Chapter 354. No one to rely on. At the end of September, the final of the Yamato League will be held. As a highly commercialized league, the league organizing committee is reluctant to let the finals of the 4 divisions be held at the same time. This is very unfavorable for the writings. You have to know that although amateur competitions are the last link of the entire league system, for most of the users of Football Era, as long as there are games, they are still interested in watching, not to mention that the finals of the Yamato Division finals often have many future top players coming out of such games. Although the overall level cannot be compared with professional games, the intensity and excitement of the game may not be much inferior. After all, as long as you have a professional level, you can play very beautifully. The championship battle of the Yamato League finals is often not much worse than that of the first-class league. In addition, the games are often played more openly, so you can expect excitement. The same goes for the A-level games. The overall attendance and ratings of the A-level games are not high, but the playoffs that borrowed from the previous Premier League promotion model are extremely popular. The A-level league is like this. 4 teams are relegated and 3 teams are promoted, but only the champion is eligible to enter the Super League directly. The 8 teams from the 2nd to the 9th place are divided into 4 groups to fight each other. There is no distinction between home and away games. The winner is determined by 1 game. After 2 rounds of elimination, the last 2 remaining teams will get the remaining 2 places. Such playoffs are indeed quite eye-catching, especially the final 2 finals, which will attract countless eyes and will not be inferior to some important games in the Super League. This competition system guarantees the attractiveness and motivation of the lower leagues. Amateur competitions are knockout games all the way. If you want to be the final winner, you have to show your best form and defeat your opponents all the way. No one will let you down under such a competition system. What about the A-level league? There are 24 participating teams. Generally speaking, there will be 7 or 8 or even more teams that will work hard to stay in the league. At the same time, as long as they enter the top 9, they will be eligible to participate in the final playoffs. In this case, there will always be only a very small number of teams that are neither up nor down, which will not affect the gold content of the game. If the league is a little stalemate, perhaps in the last few rounds, there will be a situation where the original relegation team will make a big reversal and enter the playoffs. Such a game is too exciting. It is precisely because of the high degree of commercialization and entertainment that the league at the Football Era has enough vitality. Although it is a bit strange that there has not been even a team that can win the 5 championships, the existence of the Football Era National Leagues and the World Cup East Asian Cup has made this game the world's first sport in the true sense. Almost everyone will participate, everyone will watch, and countless games, movies, books, and figures have been derived. This is an industry that is closely related to all mankind. Therefore, the 4 consecutive days at the end of September will be a feast, with a division final every day. In October, in addition to the last few rounds of the Super League, there will be the last few rounds of the First Division League. The Super League will of course attract all the attention, and the attraction of the First Division League will be in the following early November. That period is the window period before the Super Cup champion participates in the World Cup, and it is also that time for the First Division League playoffs. Although all the attractive games are held during this period, there is nothing to be done about it. After all, after a season, the finals will definitely be at the end. The league organizing committee has done its best to arrange the most attractive schedules of the 3 leagues and a cup separately. The first one to be held was the final of the First Division. Jinping, the only one left among the 4 relegated teams, was fiercely counter-attacked by the opponent, but still won the game without any danger and successfully returned to the professional arena. Jinping's victory also earned back some face for the 4 relegated teams. Among the 4 relegated teams, Chongqing was defeated by Canton in the qualifiers, and Yoon died in the semi-finals of the finals. If Jinping dies again, the relegated teams will really lose face. Every year, 2 relegated teams return to the professional arena. Obviously, the remaining spot belongs to us. Zhu Shan said confidently in an interview. It's good to be confident, but no one can predict the outcome of the game. Butler Meng seemed very low-key in the interview. From the interview, Fifen chose to keep a low profile, but this is normal. Although this team has eliminated several former professional teams along the way, including Yoon, their foundation is still a little worse than Kangtan. Fifen's head coach Meng Fan said that he would do his best in the finals, which seemed very low-key. However, for this team, it is already proud enough to reach the finals of the Yamato League just 1 year after its establishment. Kangtan is a veteran team with a very deep foundation. Even if they're relegated, there are an average of nearly 1 million fans watching each game. So many loyal fans are the biggest confidence for them to achieve better results. Of course, Fifen is even more amazing in this regard. They are a newly formed team, but the average attendance for each game so far has exceeded 1 million. Compared with Kangtan, it is even better. It is quite remarkable for a new team to have so many fans. Various media began to report on the upcoming finals. Fifen is now very famous. Although many media think that Fifen may have chosen to keep a low profile, what's the point of keeping a low profile now? No matter how low-key they are, their opponents will not underestimate them. Choosing to be low-key under such circumstances can only mean that Fifen is not optimistic about this final. It is not a good thing to be timid before the battle. For a new team like Fifen, vigor and courage are often the only things they can rely on. Now that they have lost such ambition, what can they use to fight with an old team like Fifen? Fifen seems more reliable in such a situation. They announced the victory in advance in a high-profile manner, which obviously shows that they have great confidence. What the media don't know is that Meng Fan chose to be low-key, not because of anything else, but to make the team's cognition highly unified again. This game is not easy to play. We may encounter various difficulties in the game. We must show all our strength before we can hit that ray of hope. This is what Meng Yonjia wants to express. For young people, only by telling them that they have nothing to rely on can they burst out with all their strength. Fifen's young people are actually very motivated, ambitious, and motivated players, but they're young after all, and when there is a place to rely on, they will unconsciously rely on it. Only when they know that there is nothing to rely on and they can only rely on themselves in the end, can they fully display their level. What's more, the game changes rapidly, and the opponent's coach is an excellent coach who is extremely good at deducting details. There will definitely be many unexpected situations in the game. Butler Meng's reaction cannot be so fast. In that case, the most reliable thing is his own operation and intuition on the field. That is the most reliable thing and the thing that will never be lost. What they have to do is to play all these things on the field. This is the most important game of the season. 13 knockout games in the qualifiers. 3 group matches and 3 knockout games before the final. They walked here step by step, walked to the highest stage of the Yamato League, and for the first time they were truly watched by fans all over the country. On such a stage, whether to mess up or present a perfect performance depends on themselves. Some people may have insomnia tonight, but everyone knows that in tomorrow's game, they must use all their strength, even the strength to surpass themselves, to fight against the most powerful opponent they have encountered so far. They have to fight against the venue, against their opponents, and against their luck. However, in such a harsh environment, their fighting spirit began to burn. The preciousness of young players was fully demonstrated at this moment. No matter what kind of opponent we face, we must show all our strength. Whether we are heroes or bears depends on our performance on the court. Wang Yuanfen waved his fist and shouted. He has always been a very second-year student. His personality is actually quite likable, but many teammates look at him with funny eyes. However, at this time, this second-year emotion can bring huge impact and influence. That's right, but Mr. Wang, I think you have a higher chance of being a bear. Flowers in a greenhouse like you often don't have the vigorous vitality of weeds like me. Li Rui jumped out and said. Shut up, you crazy guy. I'm much more reliable than you. Okay, at this critical moment, both of you are quite reliable people in our team. Sujin came out to smooth things over. After a lot of effort, she finally calmed the two down. When she turned around, she saw Zheng Qi laughing to himself. Sujin couldn't help but glare at Zheng Qi. What's so funny at this time? I just feel that now it seems that everyone thinks we will definitely lose. If we win, wow, ha ha ha, it's so satisfying to think about it. Zheng Qi suddenly laughed like a lunatic. The others were startled by Zheng Qi, and then they thought, oh, this guy seems to be making sense. Okay, get ready to go, and head to the competition venue. Butler Meng came out in time. From the expression, he couldn't tell who had insomnia yesterday. After all, the expression shown in the game was not real. However, he knew that even if they had insomnia or were not in good condition, no one would be distracted on the court at this time. Let's go. Zheng Qi waved his arms and disappeared at the entrance with his teammates. The game will start in half an hour. Chapter 355. Advantages and Disadvantages. The final of the second division of the Yamato League Finals is about to begin. To be honest, this game is the most interesting game among the 4 finals. In yesterday's game, Jinping defeated the opponent and became the first team to return to the A-level arena. Today, another relegated team, Canton, will face the challenge of the Fifan Club, the biggest discovery of this season's amateur league. It is no exaggeration to say that the Fifan Club is the biggest discovery of this season's amateur league. Among the 8 teams participating in the finals, 4 are former professional clubs, including 2 relegated teams last season, namely Jinping, Canton, Shianzhou and Hengguang. Among the remaining 4 amateur teams, no team can compare with Fifan's Light. They have come this far, but they have eliminated 3 or 4 former professional club teams before reaching the finals. If they can beat Canton this time, then they will create a record that no one has created in more than 30 years, entering the professional arena in the year the club was established. The last team to do this, the only team that achieved this feat, was Mingfeng 35 years ago. This team is now a mid-level team in the Super League. It is said that many of Fifan's players have been spotted by professional clubs. But it is no wonder. Judging from their performance in the game, these players have very good operation levels and excellent character attributes. Although the specific values cannot be obtained, judging from their performance, they may have already reached the level of God-level accounts. It is really amazing that so many top accounts have emerged. This may be closely related to the echelon construction of the Fifan Club. Before the club was established, several core players in their team created a strong account in the new area. However, compared to Canton, Fifan still has many weaknesses. Although they have some outstanding players, some of them are mediocre. In the overall confrontation, this will be a weakness. At the same time, Canton's experience is not comparable to theirs. In short, this game is likely to be a wonderful confrontation. The Yamato competition has reached the final stage, and the attention has indeed increased a lot. At least there will be many commentators participating in the commentary of the game. Although top celebrities like Yuan Fei will not come to comment on such games after all, the Super League, China Cup, East Asian Cup, World Cup and even the first-class league playoffs are enough for him to talk about, and he really doesn't have time. What's more, for a rigorous commentator like Yuan Fei, he will do a thorough investigation and research before each commentary. He can be more relaxed in familiar fields. If too many games of teams he is not familiar with are added, it will be a considerable burden for Yuan Fei, who is already not young. He will not comment on more games without preparation just to comment on more games. His serious attitude towards commentary work is the most critical factor for him to become the recognized first commentator. However, even if Yuan Fei didn't come, there were still many other commentators. Before the game started, these commentators began to express their opinions. Some supported Fifan, some supported Canton. They all spoke very seriously, as if they were really fans of Fifan or Canton, but even the more experienced audiences would not take such words seriously. This kind of tit-for-tat may appear in the confrontation of the top league, and it appears in amateur competitions, probably for the effect of commentary. Of course, Fifan has been performing better and better this year. After playing several miraculous games, many viewers have indeed been attracted to Fifan. The ratings of their games have begun to rise slowly, which is a clear proof, although the rate of increase is not very fast, but in today's world where fans are basically divided up, the fact that the ratings can still increase means something. And some famous media people and commentators have begun to pay attention to Fifan's games. They may just be interested now, but as time goes by, such interest is enough to turn into love, and then into fanaticism. Every fan actually has such a change in mentality. Of course, most of the public opinion is still not optimistic about Fifan. Butler Meng's low-key attitude during the previous interview did confuse many people, because it has come to this point, no matter how low-key he is, he will not let the opponent down. It can only be said that Fifan is indeed unsure of this game. At this moment, in the locker room. In the past year, we have already developed our own tactics and style. We have character attributes that will have an advantage even in the professional arena. This is our biggest advantage so far, so we must fully play this advantage, divide the troops to attack and disrupt their defense. When defending, we also set up layers of formations to delay their offensive momentum. This is our usual tactic this season. We must insist on playing it. Do you understand? Butler Meng said to all the players. I understand. Everyone nodded at the same time. Guys, if you win this game, each person will get a bonus of 2 million. I'll pay it. Zheng Qi said proudly. You know, the club can indeed give bonuses to the players, which is an additional expense, but generally speaking, the club will not do so. After all, in the Super League, compared with the income of the players, bonuses are nothing. In the A-League, giving bonuses means that the club will give an extra subsidy, which may not be affordable. Zheng Qi didn't care. If he won this game, he would get rich. However, such a heroic move did not receive cheers. It's only 2 million. How dare you say that? Said a local tyrant. Boss, you made 1 billion in one go, but you only gave us 2 million each. Isn't that a bit stingy? Said a poor man. Damn, I wouldn't have said that if I had known. You guys are really difficult to deal with. I want to win a lot of money, but won't the money be used on you in the end? You guys, don't just think about money, think about the glory after winning the game. Zheng Qi said. The whole locker room was boiling. Everyone was accusing Zheng Qi of being stingy. In the end, Zheng Qi had to agree that if he won the game, the prize money would be increased to 4 million. Only then did the others stop blackmailing Zheng Qi. Alas, my income has been reduced by 1/10 in an instant. I feel so sad. Zheng Qi covered his chest, looking like he was about to die suddenly. Okay, for this 4 million, let's risk our lives in this game, okay? Said a scientist. Then it's settled. Zheng Qi was in high spirits. 4 million, it's not too little. Wow, I want to buy you all the best cosmetics, but it seems that I can't fill up a whole room. A queen said with admiration. No way, Sister Nia, you're so beautiful, do you still need cosmetics? Zheng Qi said in surprise. Don't call me Sister Nia, call me Queen, you stinky men don't know shit. While Fifan's dressing room was bustling, Kangping's dressing room was quiet. We have only one game left to get back to where we should be this season. Fifan is an excellent opponent, and many of us are familiar with many of them. They have characters and professional level operations that even god level players envy. It is our misfortune and their misfortune that such a team appears in amateur competitions and stands in front of us. Maybe they have a lot of room for growth in the future, and maybe there will be many god level players among them in the future, but now, they are just a young team. They have potential and strength, but they are not invincible. Zhu Shan opened his speech with this sentence. In the final game, Kangping had a very easy journey. It was difficult for those amateur teams to cause too much trouble to Kangping. Basically, the opponent only resisted a little and then collapsed in the steady attack of Kangping. It can be said that Kangping used the most orthodox and least problematic way of playing to crush all the way to the finals. Such consecutive victories have kept their morale high. Although there was no strong resistance, most of their players were experienced and would not have any problems in the game because of this. In the amateur arena, the players of Kangping already have the temperament of veterans. They will not be in a bad state because the game is too smooth, nor will they feel frustrated because the game is too difficult. For most of the Kangping who have experienced the tragic relegation battle last year, they are indeed quite outstanding in mentality. This is also one of the reasons why Zhu Shan is confident. This kind of mentality cannot be achieved quickly. Either you have experienced many battles, or you are born with a big heart. Obviously, even if Fifan has a guy who is born with a big heart, not all the players in the team are like this. In terms of character attributes, Fifan has a great advantage, and Kangping has a great disadvantage. Fulei is the only player in the team with an attribute point of more than 800, and the others are far behind, at most just over 700, just passing the line of professional players. Compared with Fifan, they are indeed far behind in this aspect. The games in the football era are the same as the previous football games. In the final analysis, you should try your best to use your advantages to hit the areas where others have no advantages, rather than foolishly using your disadvantages to fight against the opponent's advantages. Unless you are stronger than the opponent in all aspects, even your weaknesses are stronger than the opponent's advantages, then naturally you will win no matter how you play. Unfortunately, this situation generally does not occur. There is no essential difference between the teams with the strength of semi-professional clubs and the top teams in the Super League. Even if Chengdu faces the current Kangping, it is not that it can win casually. It still needs the correct tactics and normal performance. We clearly know our strengths and weaknesses. Next, it is time to fully exert our advantages. Zhu Shan said confidently. Chapter 356. An ominous premonition. Both players are about to appear. The venue for this match has not yet been revealed. According to the rules, the venue for the final will be the same as the map for professional matches, randomly selected from 30 maps with complex environments. This is more advantageous to Kangping, as most of the players among them have experience in professional matches. But since Fifan has made it this far, their understanding of the maps used in professional matches should not be too bad. Let's wait and see how they perform. When the players from both sides appeared on the sidelines, the commentators began to speculate on what the next match map would be. When the match map was presented to them, even the commentators could not help but exclaimed, "The battle at Wenqing." Wenqing has a very important position in the history of the Three Kingdoms. Of course, the most important thing is that Cao, a great hero of his generation, almost died in this place. If he died in Wenqing at the time, the entire history would be rewritten. The deaths of Cao's general Dian Wei and his eldest son Cao Wang also had a great impact on the history of the Wei regime. From this perspective, although the Battle of Wenqing is not as famous as the other famous battles of the Three Kingdoms period, Huangdu, Chubai and Yilin, which changed the situation, it also has an extremely important position. Of course, these things will not be considered by the players. They only know one thing: the map of the Battle of Wenqing has been considered a very difficult map even in professional competitions in the past 2 years. Although there is nothing hidden on the map, it will be more difficult. On one side of the field is Wenqing and on the other side is the Cao army camp. However, such a solid defense will not have any impact on the game itself. In the center of the field is another rectangular camp with only 2 exits. The fence of the camp cannot be crossed. Only through these 2 exits can you enter and exit. Of course, you can also bypass it from both sides. However, the narrow terrain on both sides limits the use of many skills of the players. If you were attacked in such a position, it will be difficult to retreat. The other positions are all in sight, that is, where the camp is located, the line of sight is easily blocked. The complexity of this map is not here. The most important thing is that there will be random soldiers refreshed out. The Cao army and Zheng Qi army and the Malay do not have a specific target of hatred. Whoever is close will be attacked. The most difficult maps in all professional competitions have such characteristics. Random refresh events will have a huge impact on the outcome of the game and make the game more uncertain. Such a complex map is really too unfriendly to Fifan. Kangping had 2 games on this map last season. They need to be more familiar with and adapt to the venue, the commentators commented. Their attitudes on this point are surprisingly the same. The more complex the map, the more players need to accumulate enough experience and mental preparation to deal with emergencies that may occur at any time. These emergencies are completely random. In this case, a stable mentality is more important than being familiar with the map. In this regard, Kangping is obviously more experienced. Okay, this is exactly what I want to see. Zhu Shan, who was in the coaching seat, clapped his hands vigorously. He himself expected that the final should be a very complex map, which would be more beneficial to Kangping. After all, Kangping's experience and tolerance in this regard are more outstanding. Kangping is more familiar with the map of the Battle at Wenqing. With 2 natural defensive areas, this map is obviously more advantageous to the defending side. The final victory may be decided by a ball. Kangping can completely rely on his familiarity with the map to sneak attack first, and then use defense to quietly control the victory. Pay attention: from the beginning of the game, you must be serious. On a map like this, a ball may determine the outcome of the game. Butler Meng said in the team channel. As a head coach with an excellent overall view, he also saw this at a glance. Unfortunately, being able to see it does not mean that you can definitely do it. Amid the cheers of the audience, the players from both teams entered the stadium. There were as many as 4 million fans watching the final, of which more than 1 million were fans of each team, and the rest were mainly members of Zheng Qi and Haitian. The bosses of Zheng Qi and Haitian were also helpless about this. Their audience went to watch a game that had nothing to do with them, but they were helpless about this kind of thing. Over the past year or so, the relationship between the 4 Pests Alliance has been quite close. Although they have now separated, the members of Zheng Qi and Haitian have forged deep friendships and good relationships with many members of Kangping and Fifan. The games of these 2 teams are often watched by members of these 2 teams. They only watch the first-class league, and the level of the amateur league may not drop much. Now, Fifan and Kangping meet in the final, and the fans of Haitian and Zheng Qi are in a complicated mood. They came to the scene to watch the game, but they were prepared not to help either side, and they came just for the game itself. This kind of thing is of course easier said than done, but with the fans of the 2 teams as a buffer, the fans of Fifan and Kangping, who already have some conflicts, will not intensify the conflicts. Even for the final of the amateur league, it was a great thing to have 4 million viewers. You have to know that the fans of both sides of most level games added up to this number. Not every member is used to watching live. more people choose to watch live broadcasts. After all, there is no difference between live broadcasts and live broadcasts, and they will not be involved in the big fight after the game. Not everyone is so aggressive. Okay, the game is about to start. Remember, be flexible and believe in your own reactions and strength. Do you understand? Zheng Qi said to everyone when he came on the stage. Captain, you have said it many times. Ha, then say it again. Let's go. When the players from both sides met on the court, they seemed to be a little embarrassed. Because when the Four Pests Alliance united, their professional players often fought side by side. Although the extraordinary people would take on the responsibility of sniping Zheng Qi, they did not always meet Zheng Qi's professional team. Many times they needed to command the attack together. So Zheng Qi knew that in fact, Butlerman was not bad at all in terms of their familiarity with them. However, the familiarity was limited to style and level, not specific character attributes. Professional players have a strong sense of confidentiality in this regard. Comrades who had fought side by side before were now facing each other on the field. For the players of Zheng Qi, this would not be a problem, as they were experienced. However, several young players such as Zheng Qi and Bai Senator were not quite used to it. However, compared with Fifan, their discomfort was nothing, because most of the people of Fifan were not used to it, except for someone perhaps. Oh, brother Fan, we're going to fight today, and I'm not ready yet. Filady, who was the captain, looked at Zheng Qi who came over to shake hands with him, and couldn't help but smile bigly. If you ask who Fifan is most afraid of, in Filady's opinion, it is Zheng Qi. Although Fifan now has many new members, Filady is not familiar with them, but the one that Filady can't see through the most is Zheng Qi, even though he has been with Zheng Qi for more than half a year and should be very familiar with him. On the surface, Zheng Qi is a carefree person, but such a person has an excellent overall view and judgment ability on the court. These two seemingly incompatible attributes are concentrated in one person, which is enough to make people feel strange, not to mention that Zheng Qi always has a stroke of genius. Such performance can only prove that Zheng Qi, at least in Filady's eyes, is unfathomable. Filady will of course pay more attention to the guy he can't see through. And with his carefree personality, it is hard to imagine that he will perform abnormally on the court because of an unbalanced mentality. This guy, you have to pay attention to it. Filady emphasized to himself again in his heart, and then shook hands with Zheng Qi. Brother Fan, I can see from your expression that you're thinking about how to deal with me, right? Zheng Qi said suddenly. Filady was shocked. Can you tell that? Then he soon realized that he had been fooled. Although the real face was used in the game, the holographic expression would not change. Even if Zheng Qi had a perspective eye, he could not see any changes in his expression in the holographic cabin from the game. Don't be ridiculous, this is an important game. Filady sighed and said. No matter how important it is, it's just a game. Zheng Qi shrugged his shoulders. Let's play well together, I hope everyone has fun. After saying this, Zheng Qi let go of his hand, smiled, and then stepped back. Just playing. Filady thought to himself, and also stepped back. Captain, what did that guy say to you? Zheng Qi asked. Nothing, just some ordinary greetings. Filady shook his head and said. Captain, you have to be careful, you can't believe a word that guy says. Zheng Qi said with disgust. Why, are you familiar with him? Filady asked curiously. There was no reason. Zheng Qi and Zheng Qi didn't have much in common, right? I was a newcomer in the last district. That guy was despicable and shameless. It was simply outrageous. Zheng Qi didn't want to recall. Filady was speechless. Zheng Qi had never said this before. It seemed that he really suffered from Zheng Qi. But think about how many talented young players were suppressed by Zheng Qi in District 108 last year. You can understand Zheng Qi's mentality. At the time, he was with Zheng Qi. It was fun to bully others, but if you are bullied by others, thinking of this, Filady couldn't help shuddering and shook his head vigorously, as if this was the only way to get rid of the ominous premonition from his mind. Prepared for the game, don't think too much. Filady said to Zheng Qi in a deep voice. Chapter 357. Opportunity. Although Filady had some ominous premonitions, after the game started, Zheng Qi's advantage was still very obvious. Zheng Qi is the strongest team in this year's amateur competition. This is the conclusion drawn by many media and professionals after Zheng Qi defeated Zheng Qi in the qualifiers. Such a conclusion is certainly not a high-flying and low-flying conclusion, but a conclusion drawn based on various circumstances. It's just that this point is more certain and certain after Zheng Qi defeated Zheng Qi. In terms of personnel, the relegated Kanking did lose some outstanding players, such as the 2 former Super League players, and 2 or 3 old players who are somewhat disappointed with the team. However, whether a team is comeback ready has never been judged by its personnel composition alone. If the performance can be judged by the personnel composition, then Kanking should have been promoted to the Super League last season, rather than being relegated to the Yamato competition. The effect of an unsuitable personnel composition must be only a few %, or even less if it is bad. So although those who left were all main players, it is better to say that they took advantage of the situation to cut off a few tumors rather than saying that Kanking suffered a huge loss. Now, Kanking, with Fulai, a player with a god level of count and rich experience as the core, plus a group of powerful players who have been in the first-class league for several years, is also lucky to have Zheng Qi, Bai Senator, Yin Yu, Yokai, and other young players with good talents. The age of the whole team is reasonable, and the characteristics are also quite good. It is time to achieve results. After passing the stage of pure criticism, it is enough to prove that their team has been successfully combined. This is indeed the case. Then Kanking rushed to the finals with great momentum, and no opponent could stop them from moving forward. Now it seems that Fifan is no exception. After the game started, Fifan, who kicked off first, wanted to launch an attack first. They took the initiative to divide their troops into 3 routes. Zheng Qi led 4 players to advance quickly from the middle, and Su Jing supported them from behind. They quickly passed the middle circle and just met the Kanking player who rushed over head-on. Li Rui and Wang Yuanfen each led 1 person, wanting to launch an assault from the 2 wings, and outflank from behind, trying to immediately defeat the opponent's defensor. From a tactical point of view, this kind of split troop tactic is quite beneficial to Fifan. After all, their personnel attributes are superior, and they will have a considerable advantage in a few confrontations. However, after meeting in a camp, Zhu Shan immediately judged that Fifan's number was too small, so Li Rui and Wang Yuanfen's team came around from the back. They happened to encounter the desperate resistance of 2 Kanking players at the entrance of the camp. The 2 people, with the help of the terrain, stopped the 4-man team of Li Rui and Wang Yuanfen. In the head-on confrontation, the team led by Zheng Qi suffered a painful defeat. When they first came into contact, the situation of both sides was similar. Kanking had 1 more person, but Fifan's player attributes were better. With the assistance of Su Jing, they also had some advantages. At this time, Kanking suddenly had 2 more people. How come there are 3 more? Fifan's players were a little surprised. Although Kanking only relied on 2 people to assist the 4-man team of Wang Yuanfen and Li Rui, they should only have 8 people except the goalkeeper. 8 against 6, there should only be 2 more, but now there are 3 more. Don't underestimate this extra person. In the case of no difference in operation, Fifan can still rely on the advantage of attributes to offset the disadvantage of 2 fewer people, but the opponent has 1 more person, and their flaws immediately become bigger. At this time, the stands were boiling. Kanking is too bold. In the case of Fifan's attack, they dared to quickly replace goalkeeper by Senator at the beginning of the game, replaced with an attacker, and sent out all the forces to strengthen the attack. If Fifan had anticipated this, a surprise attack by a vanguard would have allowed them to open the goal, but we didn't expect, and Fifan didn't expect, that Kanking, with the advantage of numbers, began to have an absolute advantage in the midfield. In the shouting at the commentator, Kanking did quickly gain an advantage in the midfield. They had 9 people, and Fifan had only 6. Although the 6 players of Fifan are not ordinary people, Zheng Qi roams around, Qing Chuan and Lin Fei are in the front, Zheng Shu and Su Jing are under the protection of Zheng Qi, which can be called a complete formation, but the overall offensive of Kanking is more outstanding with the assistance of Fulai. Fulai is the core of Kanking, but he is the kind of core who can do everything, whether it is assisting, attacking or interfering, he can do it. There are actually many such comprehensive players, but not many who can have an outstanding level. In the competition field, quality is more important than quantity, because many players who are called all-rounders are actually a bit mediocre. They can do everything, but they may not be excellent in anything. Fulai is not a very talented player, but in the Yamato field, his attribute points plus his characteristics can give his teammates a lot of support. The teammates around him are also good enough now. Zheng Qi is young and good at frontal impact and breaking formations, while Yin Yu is good at assisting. His assist is not the kind of assist that Su Jing provides by using skills in the back, but in the offensive, he does some hard and dirty work to create opportunities for his teammates. In the old football terms, it is a hard-working centre forward. Yin Yu is a player who is good at protecting the core of his team. Under his protection, Fulai can show his abilities more comprehensively. In addition, the other players are also powerful. In such an attack, Fifun, who has 50% fewer people than the opponent, soon seemed to be unable to support it. Zheng Qi rushed forward, and with the assistance of Yingyu, he broke through Fifun's formation and rushed all the way to Su Jing. Zheng Qi wanted to save Su Jing, but was entangled by Fu Lei, who rushed over at the cost of his life. Facing such a steady opponent, Zheng Qi couldn't get rid of it quickly. Su Jing calmly sent out her last few skills, and Zheng Qi also tried his best to make the biggest interference, but with the help of others, Zheng Qi took on Fifun's concentrated fire and sent Su Jing away with a set of combos. Without this auxiliary core, Fifun's formation immediately collapsed. In the next short period of time, although Fifun's counterattack also took away 3 players from Kangping, Fifun only hit Zheng Qi and Zheng Qi left. The attack had been completely disintegrated. If the ball was not still controlled by Zheng Qi in front of the goal, this attack would have been a complete failure. Retreat. Zheng Qi simply said to Zheng Qi, and then raised his hand, and 2 consecutive large-scale skills with cover and control exploded in the lineup of both sides. Zheng Qi nodded, turned around and left. At this time, the two faced 6 people on the other side, and it was too late to retreat completely. It would be better to leave one behind to interfere with the opponent's attack. Zheng Qi continued to make progress bravely. This is what he is good at. Although his name looks a bit feminine, in fact, he is a very strong and real man. When Zheng Qi's skill exploded, he had seen Zheng Qi retreat through the gap, so he no longer had any concerns. With the light of various blessing skills flashing on his body, Zheng Qi rushed out from the interference of Zheng Qi's skills, and then rushed close to Zheng Qi, intending to kill him. A player who is good at long-range combat encounters a player who is good at close combat and is approached, and the only way to wind up is to die. However, Zheng Qi did not retreat. Zheng Qi's heart rose with a trace of vigilance. But just when he raised his vigilance, Zheng Qi's figure emerged from behind Zheng Qi like a ghost, with eagle eyes and wolf eyes. Continuously transformed into an eagle and wolf, fighting head-on. Rushing through the interference of Zheng Qi's skills made Zheng Qi's physical value unsatisfactory, and he didn't expect Zheng Qi to just pretend to retreat, so he didn't even prepare at all. A few seconds later, when Fu Lei and others rushed over, they only saw Zheng Qi turning into light and flying away, and Zheng Qi retreating quickly. Before retreating, Zheng Qi still took away the opponent's most important attacker. Zheng Qi's second wave of skills exploded again. After a continuous delay, when Kangping's men finally killed Zheng Qi and came to the camp entrance in Fifun's half, in addition to Zheng Qi standing there were also Zhu Ye, Yuan Kong, and Su Jing who returned to the field. Although Fifun does not have many people available now, there will be no problem of too many people to be deployed. These people are all good at defensa. Although the lack of Zheng Qi's interference skills makes the defensa seem a little weak, it also makes it impossible for Kangping's men to break through this natural barrier for a while. Although Kangping's players who returned to the field attacked Wang Yuanfen and Li Guorui from the front and back, Qing Yizhao and Hong Jian were sent out at the same time, but Wang Yuanfen and Li Guorui relied on their agility to avoid the opponent's siege, then looked at each other, fled separately, and began to retreat from both sides of the camp. Don't chase them. You are no match for them in a one-on-one fight. 2 people can't do anything. Zhu Shan said decisively in the team channel. These 2 people are to prevent us from sneaking up on both sides. Don't worry about them. Go all out to break through the middle. The players of Kangping immediately began to concentrate on suppressing the middle, but this time they changed a goalkeeper. The previous all-out approach can only be done occasionally. If you keep leaving an empty goal, you will be sending yourself to the opponent's knife. Hold on to their attack and don't think about counter-attacking. Zhu Shan will not fail to consider this. Butler Meng also gave instructions. The fierce sniper battle started again, but this time it was in Fifun's half. Although they still had control of the ball, they had already lost the initiative. Chapter 358 Resolving. For Fifun, they still controlled the ball, but the first opportunity at the beginning of the game was already occupied by Kangping. In such a situation, they could certainly send a small team to go around the opponent with the ball. After all, in such a narrow exit, 4 or 5 players are enough to resist the opponent's fierce attack. However, the opponent is not a fool. If the number of interceptors is significantly reduced, Kangping will definitely be prepared. No team will not be prepared in advance for a big move like teleportation skills when they play. At the time, a teleportation will be enough to make the small team fall into a catastrophe and lose the ball. So Butler Meng chose a safe way, that is, to let Fifen temporarily just concentrate on resisting the opponent's attack, take turns to resist, and keep the ball from being lost. This is of course a very passive approach, but Butler Meng is not very good at specific tactics, but there is nothing to say about the overall strategy. A few people take turns to resist the opponent's overall attack, so that they are not afraid of sacrifice, and in such a small-to-many environment, it is also the best way to train players. The opponent's strength is not inferior to theirs, and they also have the advantage in numbers. In the face of such an attack, they can fully exert their level. If the specific tactics don't work, then play to your strategic advantages. This principle, Meng Yongjie understands better than many people. Since such a terrain is suitable for defenser, then concentrate on defenser, use the opponent's oppression to train soldiers, and then bet that the extraordinary players can burst out at the critical moment. This hope seems to be too much on fate, quite passive, but Meng Yongjie doesn't care about this. Because this season, under his intentional or unintentional arrangement, the extraordinary players have all played to their limits under such circumstances, surpassed themselves on the field, and defeated one powerful opponent after another. Such a situation is what the extraordinary players are adapted to. Zhu Shan's tactical command ability is indeed excellent. In the specific details, through the perspective of the players on the field, he can always keenly find places that can be used, and then quickly make commands, and the players of the sky can respond quickly and in time. It may be just a tiny gap at the beginning, but under timely attack, this gap will gradually become larger. In such a situation, the extraordinary players will always be trapped by the enemy and then be sent out of the court by the opponent. The Kao army and Zheng Qi army soldiers that randomly refreshed everywhere can also pose a great threat. The narrow entrance can be blocked by two players. If a team of soldiers suddenly refreshed at the entrance, the defending party will not be able to react at all. When the game was in the 13th minute, a team of soldiers suddenly refreshed, causing a huge gap in the extraordinary defense line. Qing Chuan and Yuan Kong, who were originally guarding there, were already barely supporting it. The soldiers who suddenly refreshed launched an indiscriminate attack on the two closest to them. Qing Chuan subconsciously launched a counter-attack, but was killed by the Kangdong player who took the opportunity to rush up. Yuan Kong had no choice but to choose to retreat. The entrance, which was originally guarded by at least one person under any circumstances, was now only left with Kao army soldiers in the melee. Zhu Yi arrived at this time. Zhu Yi knew how talented he was. He had known Qin Fei for a long time. Although Zhu Yi was 1 or 2 years older than Qin Fei, he knew from the beginning that Qin Fei's talent was not comparable to his. Zhu Yi, who had participated in the echelon selection of Chengfeng but was eliminated because of his lack of talent, had long since stopped thinking that he could be an outstanding professional player. When Qin Fei found him one day, he just thought that he could open a new account in Football Era to play around. This was not only clear to him, but also to Xinyi, Ainul Yuanyu and Yuzi. They had all been in several new areas and had a lot of experience in the myth area. Among the people in Football Era, they represented the most common group of people. They had certain talents and certain strengths, but the upper limit and ceiling were there, and it was difficult for them to make a breakthrough. Even if he met Zheng Qi and obtained a god-level account, Zhu Yi did not think that he could become a professional player. In the Football Era for so many years, there were countless players who were lucky enough to obtain god-level accounts or even more exaggerated accounts, but those who could eventually become professional players were really rare. Zhu Yi also didn't think he would become a professional player. After Qin Fei left, the four of them didn't follow him, but chose to stay. That's because they knew that Qin Fei was going to be a player, and players didn't have that much power to let them enter the club even if they were just professional players. What's more, no matter how good other clubs are, they belong to others. While Fifen was jointly established by them, it's naturally more comfortable to stay in such a place. Fifen's current situation provided him with valuable game experience, although any player can play a few games in ordinary games, but that kind of real game experience is hard to get. In the myth area, many players can get the opportunity to fight with professional players, but that is not game experience. When playing one game after another, Zhu Yi didn't think much about it, nor did he think how fast he could improve. However, when he was serious and hard-working, and focused on practicing defenser, he began to undergo some transformation without even knowing it. When they arrived, the advancing Kanqing had already driven out all the chaotic troops at the entrance. They didn't kill them. They didn't have the ability to kill them in a short time, nor did they have the need to kill them. Driving them out meant that they had occupied this important road. If they were allowed to hold their ground at the entrance, it would be difficult for Fifan to fight back. Even if someone from Fifan could teleport to the entrance, they would immediately face the counterattack of Kan Qing's superior number and the chaotic troops. Even if one person went over, it seemed that he couldn't hold out for long. If it were an ordinary person, he might have hesitated, but Zhou Ye didn't. His reaction was not very fast, and his judgment was not particularly good, but he was mentally resolute and quite obedient to command. In this case, rushing up could still win a glimmer of hope. If he didn't rush up, he would have no chance at all. But how could he rush up? There were 3 or 4 chaotic troops blocking him in front of him. It was very difficult for him to rush over. With Zheng Qi's level, he could quickly find a gap to bypass. With Li Gurui and Wang Yuanfen's level, they could pass through in the first time with their speed and reaction. If Su Jing and Zheng Qi were next to them, they could use the teleportation skill to teleport themselves over, but Zhou Ye still didn't hesitate at all. He suddenly disappeared from the spot. The next moment, he appeared in the middle of the entrance. And Zheng Qi, who was originally in the middle of the entrance, appeared where Zhou Ye had just stood. Zheng Qi has always been very brave, so even though he was killed by Zheng Qi once, he still rushed in front, but he didn't expect that when he was charging, he suddenly saw a blur in front of his eyes, and the chaotic army he was facing turned into Zheng Qi. This is a guy that Zheng Qi hates very much, but he is also afraid of. So when he saw Zheng Qi, his first reaction was to attack Zheng Qi, but Zheng Qi smiled and started to fight back. When Zheng Qi was beaten by Zheng Qi, Zhou Ye was also attacked by the opponent's large army. Seeing Zhou Ye suddenly switch positions with Zheng Qi, several young players of Canton were stunned, while the older players reacted at the same time. There are 2 heroes with such a position-changing skill. One is Shang Yang. His first skill, County, can form a position changing with the opponent at a short distance, but it must be formed when there is a significant difference in the physical value of both parties. For example, exchanging low health for the opponent's full health, etc. The physical value can be exchanged when the position is changed, and the effect is quite outstanding. Of course, this skill cannot be used casually, otherwise when you are full of blood and exchange with the opponent's low blood, you were a fool. And another hero with similar skills, Zheng Qi, his first skill, stealing the city, is much more applicable. It can be exchanged with the opponent in any situation, and it is just a position change. No matter which one, it can complete the instant position change operation. So they also did not hesitate at all and immediately shot at Zhou Ye. If they were slower, they would wait for him to use the trick, but it was still too late. The next moment, a deep blue ripple flashed in front of Zhou Ye. Fu Lei immediately cursed in his heart. Zhou Ye, this guy, when did he react so quickly? This azure blue wave is Zheng Ye's ultimate move, horizontal strength. This famous strategist in Chinese history relied on horizontal strength to achieve unparalleled achievements, and this is reflected in the game as an indestructible line of defense. Of course, it is very difficult to show the indestructible feature in the game. It requires the cooperation of the terrain. It is just a horizontal line of defense that cannot be crossed, but can be bypassed. If it is used in an open area, the opponent can just bypass it. But Zhou Ye's move just happened to block the entrance to the camp. The attacks of the sky players hit this azure blue wave one after another. Zhou Ye groaned and his physical value dropped a lot. However, at the same time, a sky player who was also attacking also flew back, and his physical value dropped even faster than Zhou Ye. Erosion, Fu Lei was even more helpless now. Before Zhou Ye used this big move, he actually used Zheng Ye's second skill, Erosion, to connect his physical value with that of a Kanking player. In this way, the damage of both sides was shared, and because of the characteristics of erosion, if Zhou Ye lost 100 points of physical value, the opponent would lose 150 points, gain 5 inches, retrieve 2 inches, and still gain 3 inches. This is the characteristic of erosion. Just by using an unpopular hero, Zhou Ye resolved Kan Qing's attack that was determined to win. Chapter 359 Impact. Zhou Ye's outbursts helped Fifan stabilize the front line. Zheng Qi, who was replaced by him, died again in frustration, but this time it was not because of his carelessness. Just dealing with Zheng Qi made him feel difficult, not to mention that he was isolated and helpless at the moment, with the interference of the chaotic army behind him, the attack of Zheng Qi in front, and other extraordinary players gradually surrounding him. In such a situation, even if Lu Xiaoshan came, he would probably be a little dizzy. Zheng Qi is not Lufiaoshan, so he did not get dizzy, but just died. After killing Zheng Qi, the extraordinary players who joined the large force quickly cleared out the miscellaneous soldiers behind Zhu Yi, and then continued to take over the entire defense line. Zhu Yi also retreated, although Zheng Qi's set of skills played a very good effect, including the replacement of the city robber, the strong resistance and the exchange of physical energy. Many injuries could not be exempted just like that. Zhu Yi was already at the point of exhaustion, and if no one came to help, he would also die. However, Zhu Yi believed that Fifan's teammate would come, as long as he could hold off the opponent for a dozen seconds. This was indeed the case. Zheng Qi cooperated with Li Gurui and Wang Yuanfen, who retreated from the two wings, and quickly killed Zheng Qi, and at the same time cleared the miscellaneous soldiers around Zhu Yi. This series of actions took less than 10 seconds. In addition, other teammates who returned to the field quickly came to support, so Fifan did not let Zhu Yi wait too long. Well done. Su Jin praised Zhu Yi, who was retreating, and at the same time used a recovery skill on him. In such a tense game, probably only Su Jin had the leisure to say a few words. "Stop talking nonsense." Zheng Qi, who also caught up, said. "He is usually a very shy and quiet big boy, but he seems a little cold on the field, but this is not because of his cold attitude, but because he wants to use the calmest and most cold-blooded way to judge the situation on the field. This is not the time for you to rest. Go up with Xinyi and replace Wang Yuanfen and Li Gurui. Why are they in the front? We just asked them to help temporarily, and they think they're regular employees." Zheng Qi continued, and then his men were not slow at all. A huge liana quickly smashed towards the entrance, temporarily forcing back Kangping's offensive. Zheng Qi's words were not pleasant to hear, but they woke up Li Gurui and Wang Yuanfen at the same time. "Yes, we're just here to support temporarily, and we still have our tasks on both sides." So Li Gurui and Wang Yuanfen immediately pulled away. Zhu Yi had just recovered a little blood volume, and he went up with Xinyi, protecting Zheng Qi behind him. They are responsible for defense and taking on injuries. Things like output should be left to the teammates behind them. Oh, they really planned to sneak attack from here, and they ran away when they saw me come in. Wow, ha 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 ha. When Li Gurui and Wang Yuanfen went over from both sides to fill in the positions, Wang Yuanfen hadn't said anything yet, but Li Gurui shouted in surprise. "Don't go too far forward, and don't retreat too far back. Stay 10 body lengths from the entrance, and notify us immediately if there is any news." Butler Meng's voice sounded in the team channel. He would be a little slower in making specific tactical arrangements, but he could still see the overall situation clearly. Fifan has lost the initiative now, but he is still not at a disadvantage. This kind of terrain is too advantageous for the defending side. As long as they don't advance too aggressively, it is actually very difficult to break through the opponent's gate. And in Butler Meng's opinion, if this stalemate continues, it will be beneficial to Fifan. This is a process of Fifan's adaptation. The later they play, the more they can play to their level. Moreover, since the beginning of this season, especially since the beginning of the finals, Fifan has always encountered strong teams. Although this has caused them to constantly overdraw, it has also trained their characteristics of supporting in difficult games. Zhu Shan's view is not the same. He also thinks that this situation is beneficial to them. In a stalemate, it is not only the ability that needs to be considered, but also patience and the ability to avoid mistakes. Fifan's players are young and energetic, but it means that they are more likely to make mistakes. And what about Kangping's players? They don't have so many characteristics, but they are mainly composed of veteran players, so they have more advantages in patience and not making mistakes. These two completely different judgments actually prove the characteristics of the two coaches. Meng Fan is good at general ideas, and Zhu Shan is good at details. After the game fell into a stalemate, the scene seemed a bit boring. Fifan kept sending people to fill the gaps, and others were outputting as much as they could in the back. Of course, such output does not mean that all skills are thrown at once, but more consideration is given to mutual cooperation and skill endurance. One skill can affect more people. The next attack needs to take all these details into consideration. Otherwise, it will be a pleasure to play. When the opponent really launches a large-scale attack, the skills applicable to our players are on cooldown, which is embarrassing. Kangping launched the attack in the most orthodox way, constantly consuming the skills of Fifan players, and then constantly retreating, constantly attacking in turns, looking for mistakes in Fifan's defense. Fifan did not give in. He took the damage when he should and dealt damage when he should. Su Jing's auxiliary support and Zheng Qi's interference support played a great role, and their own strong attribute points also allowed them to play a greater role in such defense. Such a game actually looked quite boring. However, the fans of both sides in the stands did not have such an idea. In such a final, neutral fans might be watching the excitement and want to see a very exciting game, but for the fans of the team they support, they just want to see victory. Moreover, although it seems that the game does not have any exciting shots, it is quite intense. In such a confrontation, both sides not only have to do some things mechanically, but also have to increase their attention and be careful of some unexpected situations. This is exactly the same for the audience. Therefore, fans of both teams did not feel bored at all. Some of them were shouting loudly, although their shouts could not reach the ears of the players on the field. Some were so nervous that they held their breath, fearing that their breathing would affect the performance of the players on the field. In fact, this was impossible. The commentators also paid more attention to this game. Such a game was quite difficult for them, because in such a game, they had to concentrate and could not be distracted by the boring process. Otherwise, if a wonderful shot suddenly appeared and they could not react, it would be embarrassing. Under such pressure, fans, commentators, and players were all under great pressure. However, they enjoyed such pressure. No pressure, no game. The attack and defense lasted for more than 10 minutes. Kang's offensive seemed to be running out of steam, and Fifen launched a powerful attack at this time. Liga Rui and Wang Yanfen, who were originally guarding on both sides, returned quietly. Then Zheng Qi, under the cover of Zheng Qi, went around from behind Zhu Ye, showing his strong lethality and attracting all the attacks of Zheng Qi to himself. His attack was also a cover. At the same time, Qing Yezhou and Zheng Chuan, who are good at frontal attacks, launched a frontal attack. Qing Yezhou's cavalry charge, this crude skill played a great role on such a map. Faced with such a strong charge, the players of Qing could only retreat continuously and make way for the passage. Zheng Chuan rushed forward first, and the others quickly followed from behind and rushed into the formation of Qing. In this face-to-face contest, the attribute advantages of the extraordinary players began to play out. They had players who could attack head-on, players who were flexible and maneuverable, and behind them were excellent enough auxiliary players and interference players. Faced with such an impact, Qing, who had lost a step ahead, could only choose to retreat. They retreated quite decisively. With two players desperately blocking them, the others retreated to their own camp in one breath and organized a defense line. The situation on the field changed. Fifen began to face fierce interception from the opponent, but there was no good way to launch an attack. After rushing all the way here, Fifen was also at the end of his strength. At this moment, the players began to rest and prepare to accumulate physical energy and launch another attack. They also went out in full force this time, even the goalkeeper came out. The football was firmly protected by them, and they were going to achieve their goal in one battle. Butler Meng felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't think of what was wrong for a while. Just when he was attacking all the way, he could see that all the people in Canton were in front of him, except for a goalkeeper. One person alone could not play any role. As long as no one on the other side disappeared, there would be no conspiracy, and after a little rest, launching a fierce attack, hurting people with their own strength, relying on strong personal attributes to create more kills, and directly defeating the opponent's defensor was originally one of Fifen's tactics. Although it is more advantageous for defensor in such a small space, in such a situation, most of the fights are only 2-on-2 or 3-on-3. Of course, it is more advantageous for Fifen, who has strong personal attributes. In any case, as long as they can break through the opponent's defense line head-on, then even if the opponent has any conspiracy, it will be fine. Butler Meng thought to himself, which made him feel more confident. Okay, now we can attack. Two people in a group, take turns to attack, cause them huge damage, and then kill them. Butler Meng said in the team channel. Although it has not fully recovered, the number of people is now complete, and with the ominous premonition in Butler Meng's heart, it will be more effective to launch an attack earlier. After hearing Butler Meng's instructions, the Fifen players immediately took out all their strength and launched wave after wave of attacks. Two people in a group, taking turns to attack, except for Su Jing and Zheng Qi to support. Zhu Ye was ready to take the injury at any time. The other 8 people were divided into 4 groups and launched a fierce attack. Chapter 360. Jedi Counterattack. With strong individual players as the core, they took turns to sprint the opponent's defense line, open gaps, divide and surround the opponent's players, and give full play to the advantages of their own personal abilities. This is a major premise of Fifen in this game. After all, their personal abilities have advantages. This advantage is the greatest and most unshakable. Such an advantage cannot be eliminated by the opponent no matter what conspiracy or tricks they use, so they have to play such an advantage to the limit. The split attack after the opening is the product of this tactical thinking. Of course, the end is not too good. The opponent's strict team cooperation has put Fifin into a dilemma of fighting alone. In this case, Fifin was immediately dispersed by the opponent's numerical advantage. But this time is different. Without dividing the troops, they concentrated and attacked in turns, just like Siege, causing damage to the opponent's defense line every time, and then accumulated small victories into big victories until the opponent's defense line was defeated. As long as they can continuously create huge pressure on the opponent's defense line, the opponent will be forced to continuously invest troops on the defense line, forming mutual consumption. But once mutual consumption occurs, even if Fifin's supply line is longer, their personal ability advantages will be extremely obvious. This is an open conspiracy. Zheng Qi likes to use this kind of open conspiracy, because even if the opponent judges his thinking, it will not have any impact on the result of the open conspiracy. Sure enough, when Fifin launched a fierce attack, the first wave of defense of Kangping was almost broken by Fifin. The two Kangping players who were blocking the entrance were defeated in an instant by the attack of Zheng Qi and Li Gerui. Li Gerui quickly appeared in front of the two people, and then launched a series of attacks. At the same time, Zheng Qi rushed over head-on. The two of them defeated the opponent with a wave of attacks from the opponent's rear skills. When the other people in Kangping came over, Zheng Qi and Li Gerui retreated, and were replaced by Wang Yuanfen and Zheng Qi. The two of them attacked again and rushed back the opponent's defense line that had just been pushed up. Next, it was Zheng Qi and Qing Yizhao who launched the final attack together. It was just one wave of attack, but it was already a decisive battle. The first wave of attack was full of energy, the second wave was exhausted, and the third wave was weak. After being beaten back twice by Fifin's attack, the third offensive must not be as complete and imposing as before. At this time, the two players who were the best at attacking had to break through the opponent's defense line in one breath and expand their advantage. On such a map, the two entrances to the camp are of course natural strongholds, but once such a stronghold is broken through, then the next step to the opponent's gate is a smooth journey. Fifin's flexible and maneuverable attack will occupy a complete advantage. This is also the reason why after Fifin attacked from the entrance of his own camp, Kangping's people decisively chose to retreat quickly instead of fighting with Fifin in the camp. Kangping was not sure at all to confront Fifin head-on in such an open area. Fifin's current tactical thinking is very clear, that is, to attack head-on, break through the opponent's defense in this line of defense, and kill to the opponent's gate. At the time, their advantage will be completely revealed. And the players of Kangping certainly don't want to see this scene. They began to desperately block Fifin's attack. However, as Zheng Qi judged, after being repelled twice in a row, Kangping's defense line had been somewhat broken, not as complete as at the beginning. The two strongest frontal attack players that Fifin was attacking at this moment could play a huge role. Qing Yizhao's character attributes were not very outstanding, but he was an outstanding player in frontal attack. He was a player with characteristics and talents, and being able to stay in amateur competitions was also a variable. Although his attributes were not particularly high now, when he didn't care about anything, the threat he created by the attack was also quite huge. Zheng Qi was happy to see the prey and launched an attack with him. The two young players who were good at frontal attacks immediately fought together, and Qing Yizhao's forward momentum was blocked. However, the one who really posed a huge threat was Zheng Qi. Zheng Qi flashed outside the entrance like a ghost, and the next moment he met Fulei. "Hello, brother Fan." In the chaos, Zheng Qi still said a word, and Fulei did not answer, but quickly met him and had a fierce confrontation with Zheng Qi. In this confrontation, Fulei really knew Zheng Qi's level. When he and Zheng Qi were fighting in the boss competition before, Zheng Qi certainly performed very well, but Fulei felt that if the attribute points were not much different, he could still hold out for a while by relying on his comprehensiveness. Although he now knew that Fulei's attribute points exceeded 900 points, even surpassing Shen Ruofei and Lu Xiaoshan, who had the best attributes in the current professional arena, the difference between him and the opponent was only a little over 100 points, and such a gap was not impossible to make up. Zheng Qi was a flexible player, and he was a comprehensive player. To delay, he only needed to delay for a long enough time. There were many teammates around him. If he delayed a little, his teammates would come up to help him. But after a contract, he realized that he still underestimated Zheng Qi. 967 attribute points were indeed extremely powerful. After the two quickly fought, Fulei decided to delay the rhythm, so he stood in place and wanted to delay as much as possible. But Zheng Qi didn't even give him time to delay. As soon as they met, they used the Eagle Eyes and Wolf Guard's move. Fulay was actually mentally prepared for this move. With Zheng Qi's characteristics, eagle eyes and wolf guards, Kirin's son, heartfelt relationship, thousand fighters rob camp, and other moves that combined flexibility, excitement, and lethality, often had better effects. He also had to bring along the skill cards of Sima Yue, Jiangwei, Gan Nang, and Toshixi, generals who were both wise and brave. When it was necessary to quickly defeat the opponent, Zheng Qi would definitely use this move. Facing attacks from all directions, it was a good idea to just stay put and hide, although it was a bit embarrassing, but for the sake of victory, what was embarrassing? Unfortunately, even hiding, Fulay found that he couldn't hide. Defending in place does not mean just standing there. The continuous attacks of eagle eyes and wolf guards, which was very powerful, did not actually cause much damage each time. If you want to cause huge damage, you have to find the opponent's defensive weaknesses, so that you can achieve better results. It is not easy to cause such damage while moving at high speed, but it is very easy if the opponent stands there like a wooden stake. Therefore, Fulay had to defend on the spot and keep up with Zheng Qi's speed to cover his weaknesses. But he couldn't cover them. In 3 consecutive attacks, Zheng Qi hit the weak parts that Fulay could not defend. His physical value dropped by more than half at once. Fulay was shocked. At this time, the teammate closest to him would not come over for a while, so he could only support him. In this situation, Fulay broke out in his strongest state. Zheng Qi's next wave of attack was quickly blocked by him, but with the help of his blocking power, Zheng Qi floated away and rushed to Yin Yu, who came to assist, and smashed all the remaining attacks on Yin Yu. After beating Yin Yu, Zheng Qi did not stop at all. He accelerated and turned to kill another Kangen player. Just one touch and he's gone. Beautiful. Zheng Qi's performance during this period reminds me of an ancient poem: kill one person every 10 steps, and leave no trace in 1,000 miles. Although he didn't kill anyone, Kangen's defense line has collapsed. Various commentators praised Zheng Qi's performance, but at this time, Butler Meng frowned. No, the number is wrong. Although the number of Kangen players defending here seems to be quite large, when the perspective is focused and counted, there are only 8 people. At that moment, Butler Meng knew what he had overlooked. The 2 Kangen players who were killed on the way just now did not return to the battlefield where they were blocking the front, so where did they go? If it were just 2 people, it would be fine, but if Kangen used the tactics at the beginning, it would be quite bad for Fifan. When Butler Meng realized this, the fact happened. In fact, at this time in the stands, although some of Fifan's fans were cheering for Fifan's overwhelming attack, most people hid serious expressions. Because from the beginning, Kangen had divided his troops into 2 groups, and the remaining 3 players came around from the back and just arrived at the battlefield at this moment. At this time, most of Fifan's offensive power had broken through the opponent's defense and rushed through the defense line continuously. With the advantage of frontal breakthrough, naturally there would be no reserve of strength. Only Su Jing and Zheng Qi stayed behind. When the front was the strongest, the back was the weakest. When Butler Meng just reminded them, Su Jing and Zheng Qi were attacked by the opponent at the same time. Although Zhu Ye had immediately turned back to kill, he alone could not protect 2 people. Su Jing was killed again, and the ball she controlled was also taken away by the opponent. The situation reversed again. Fifan, who lost the ball, began to retreat frantically, but it was too late. After grabbing the ball, 2 Kangen players stayed to block the Fifan players who returned to defensa, and the remaining one quickly moved forward with the ball, and no one could stop him from moving forward. Because all the Fifan players had already rushed into Kangen's half. Go forward, go forward. When he rushed to the Fifan defense line, no Fifan player could get back to the defensa. What he had to do next was very simple. With an easy kick, he kicked the ball into the empty goal. 1-0, Kangen completed a desperate counter-attack when the opponent attacked, and it seemed that the defense line would be broken in the next moment. Fifan lost this crucial goal, which also cast an indelible shadow on their final. Si est escuchando esta novela en un canal distinto a mundo fanfic novelas, significat lo descarga and y subir en cines fuerzos invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novelas all encontras la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos narradores. Te esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas increíbles. Chapter 361. End of the first half. Butler Meng shook his head helplessly. He saw the general situation, but ignored this detail. Just ignoring the whereabouts of the 2 Kangen players who were killed on the way caused such serious consequences. It seems unfair, but this is the game. The last moment, he broke through the opponent's defense and was about to form a crushing trend. The next moment, he was attacked by the opponent in the back, lost the ball, and was defeated by the opponent without any resistance. This kind of thing is actually not uncommon even in ancient wars. The battlefield is so cruel, and the stadium is so cruel. In such a cruel battlefield and stadium, any neglect of details is likely to cause serious consequences. It is obvious that this is an extremely sophisticated tactical arrangement. Looking back now, even being pushed across the half-court by Fifen at the beginning, including leaving 2 players to snipe, this was a pit dud by Zhu Shan. Everything happened so naturally that he fell into the inertia of thinking and ignored the 2 Kangdong players who were sent out of the field. Such a mistake is not something he should make. Even if he didn't react that fast in specific tactics, he shouldn't miss such details. A little tired, Butler Meng said to himself. Zheng Qi slept soundly last night. In fact, it was Butler Meng who helped him with acupuncture treatment. In order to make him fully recover, Butler Meng didn't sleep in the middle of the night. If I had known, I would have helped him recuperate the night before yesterday. Butler Meng shook his head and made himself a little more sober. In the next attack, we need to be more patient. Just now, we were actually about to break through their defense line. This approach is correct, but when we attack next, we have to be careful of their counter-encirclement. Butler Meng said in the team channel. Fifen's players nodded one after another. They played for nearly half an hour in the first half, but the opponent scored a goal. This had some impact on their morale. However, under such circumstances, they also gained some confidence. Since we almost broke through the opponent's defense line just now, we will definitely be able to do this next time. So after the restart, Fifen immediately went out in full force again and launched a fierce attack. Fifen once again went all out. All 11 people entered the battlefield. This is indeed a rare thing in the professional arena, because even the goalkeeper rushed out. Once the ball is lost, it is an irreparable mistake, just like just now. However, in amateur competitions, teams often appear to be more daring, which is also a feature of amateur competitions. A commentator sighed. He didn't think Fifen was too reckless. In fact, didn't Kangdong's goal just now achieve good results because of the risk of going all out and leaving the goal empty? In the game, taking risks is actually an inevitable thing. If the risk succeeds, there will be great benefits. If the risk fails, there will be great harm. The consequences can only be borne by oneself. Fifen's entire team rushed into the camp. Then not far away, they saw the Kangdong players who also came to meet them. Fulei in the middle just took a look and decisively issued an order, retreat. Now there are only 7 people in Kangdong who have come to the middle of the camp. If they compete in the camp, they may be annihilated in a short time. Zhu Shan also made the same judgment. Damn, these guys are really fast. Leader Rui wanted to rush over to entangle the opponent, but the opponent retreated faster than he thought. If he continued to rush forward, he would crash into it and die. He had no choice but to stop. Take turns to attack, Zheng Qi said simply. Just like before, 2 people in a team took turns to attack the opponent's defense line. They had rushed through it once before, and now they can rush through it a second time. Their state did not decline. Although their morale seemed to have declined a little due to the setback just now, it did not affect them too much. However, this time, the attack was met with a tighter defensa. Before, 3 consecutive attacks broke through the opponent's defense line. Zheng Qi went deep into the hinterland and created enough pressure on the opponent, making the defense line of the sky close to collapse, but this time, they attacked 5 or 6 times in a row, and the defense line of the sky was still standing. Compared with before, they defended more tenaciously, resisted more fiercely, and the number of people responding was more timely. It turns out that we easily broke in before, but it was also a trick. The level of performance of Kangdong's group of people is stronger than I thought. Butler Meng thought to himself, and at this moment, Zhu Shan's face hid some satisfaction. His plan was being implemented step by step. He had a clear judgment on the strengths and weaknesses of the players on both sides. You know, he has been preparing for this game since the beginning of the final division. There is no particularly outstanding team in the half of the division where Kangdong is located, which made him pay attention to the collection of intelligence on Fifen from the beginning. It's not that he thinks Fifen will definitely meet Kangdong in the final, but because among the opponents in the other half of the division, except Fifen, Kangdong is not unfamiliar with the other opponents, and the level of their strength can be roughly inferred. Only Fifen is more complicated. Their players have a high upper limit, and no one knows what level they will reach in the final. At the same time, there are many newcomers joining, and they are mainly young players. If such a team performs well, you can't accurately judge what level they are at now. Of course, if they don't perform well and are eliminated, it doesn't matter. In fact, Zhu Shan has recorded every change of Fifan in the past few months. He knows clearly what kind of opponent his team will face. This is a team with great potential and strong attributes, but it still lacks experience, stability and overall coordination. It is not that Zheng Qi has no chance against such a team. In fact, if Fifan's potential can be fully exerted, experience can be improved, and mentality can be stabilized, Zheng Qi has no chance at all. However, now, Fifan is not at its strongest. They are still growing, which gives Zheng Qi the opportunity to defeat them. And along the way, luck, schedule and even the stadium have been favoring Zheng Qi. Such terrain is suitable for defensa. If it weren't for luring the enemy in, Zheng Qi's defense line would not be so easy to break. Now, it is time to concentrate on defensa. Resist the opponent's attack and fully exert the advantage of one ball. For this game, Zhu Shan prepared a lot of tactical routines, and now he is practicing one of them. In short, all his preparations were for the sake of taking the lead. Only after taking the lead can Zheng Qi fully exert their advantages. A calm mentality, rich experience, and a low probability of making mistakes are all Zheng Qi's advantages, and these advantages are best suited to defensa. After taking the lead by one goal, with such terrain and such characteristics, what else can we do but defend? There is still an hour left in the game. During this time, relying on defensa, we can completely get through. This is Zhu Shan's grand strategy, and he is constantly directing the details of the specific tactics. So far, his and Zheng Qi's performances have been perfect. Of course, Zhu Shan also knows that this half hour of perfection is nothing. The next 60 minutes will continue to be perfect, and it will be truly perfect until the end of the game. Zhu Shan doesn't care about using defense to waste the rest of the time. In such a final, winning is the most important thing, and everything else is secondary. Intercept, block, resist the attack, hold on to the line at defensa, and continue to add troops. This is a fight to the death, but it is the most difficult line of defensa to shake. This is also that fact. Fifan has been attacking fiercely. They tried every possible means, combining forces to attack, dividing forces to harass, engaging in close combat, and causing damage from a distance. They all performed very well, but the defense line of the sky remained unmoved. Zheng Qi obviously put a lot of effort into defensa, which is part of their overall game plan. After taking the lead, they immediately started to defend. If you say they didn't prepare in advance, I really don't believe it. The key is that this map is very suitable for such tactics, and before the game, Zheng Qi couldn't have known that this map was this one. They had at least prepared several sets of such tactics, which allowed them to be more adaptable in the game. This is the level of veteran professional teams. They are more familiar with various situations and maps. Although Fifan's players are all excellent and their attributes are unexpectedly strong, experience cannot be quickly accumulated by talent and hard work, but only through time. However, given the age of Fifan's players, even if they suffer setbacks this year, it's no big deal. They still have a future. In the future, such setbacks will become valuable assets. The commentators commented on the current situation on the field. More and more people were not optimistic about Fifan. Zheng Qi had already occupied a great advantage and had taken the lead in all aspects. Although it was only the first half, they could no longer see the possibility of Fifan's victory. The facts seemed to be so. When the whistle sounded at the end of the first half, the extraordinary players stopped helplessly. They had been attacking for 15 minutes and played at their best, but they still failed to break through the opponent's defensa, not even the first line of defensa. Let's go back to the locker room, have a good rest, and prepare for the second half of the game. Butler Meng's voice sounded in the team channel. Some of the helpless extraordinary players woke up and prepared to leave. There were still 45 minutes left before the end of this game. Of course, if it went into overtime, it would be hard to say. Chapter 362. The last 45 minutes. How did you feel in the first half? After the extraordinary players sat down, manager Meng asked directly. This is a very simple question, but also a very difficult one to answer. It didn't feel very good. Zheng Qi replied. Yeah, those guys didn't fight us head-on, but only knew how to defend. They were simply despicable and shameless, and they brought shame to the professional team. Wang Yuanfeng said a lot, but 80% of it was meaningless criticism of the opponent, so everyone automatically filtered it out. The opponent now has a great advantage in the situation. Su Jing said after thinking for a while. Finally I heard something constructive. Butler Meng sighed in his heart. On the surface, they do have a huge advantage in strategy, but in fact, our advantages are constantly accumulating. As soon as Butler Meng said this, everyone was stunned. If they were still confident before, now they are not so confident anymore. In the first half of the game, although Kangdong was still at a disadvantage in the confrontation, they fully played their advantages. Whether it was the tactical arrangement of luring the enemy deep into the ground, or the subsequent defense with the help of the terrain, they showed an extremely outstanding state, worthy of being a team with extremely rich experience. Facing such a team, do we still have an advantage? Of course. Butler Meng said decisively. We know what their advantages are, and we also know what our advantages are, but their advantages are there, neither increasing nor decreasing, because their potential has reached its limit. Our advantages are here, but they can be gradually increased, because we have more potential. What we have to do is to bring out all our potential in the second half. The extraordinary players were refreshed by these words. Then they all looked at Butler Meng with hope, hoping that he could say more constructive words. Butler Meng shrugged his shoulders. I am not a magician, nor am I an immortal. I do not have the ability to turn stone into gold. Your potential lies in you. It is only in the competition and in difficult situations that you have the possibility of bursting out. To win this game, you can't rely on anyone else. You can only rely on yourselves. After hearing this, the extraordinary players were a little discouraged, but soon, they thought of Butler Meng before, how well he had planned. Since he was so sure, then, is this the only way now? The extraordinary players began to fall into contemplation. Actually, there's nothing to worry about. Zheng Qi jumped out at this time. In the second half of the game, they kicked off first, so they will definitely attack at the beginning. We will resist their attack first and see if we can set a trap to beat them and grab the ball. When it's our turn to attack, there's nothing to say. Just beat them to death and see if they are better at defense or our offense. This doesn't seem to make any sense. Shinny couldn't help but complain. It doesn't make any sense, but it's the only way. Zheng Qi nodded. In the second half, when we are defending, we can take a risk, at least we can't let them control the ball for too long. How to take a risk? Zheng Qi asked curiously. Zheng Qi thought about it, then slowly told his plan, and the others nodded repeatedly. Oh, little Zheng Qi, I didn't expect you to have this ability. Niaohua patted Zheng Qi's shoulder happily. I don't know if I'm sure. Zheng Qi sighed. I think we have a good chance. They have the ball, so they hope to score another goal. That way we will have an advantage. After all, the chance of a goal is relatively high. Zheng Qi thought for a while and said. Then several people looked at Butler Meng at the same time. What are you looking at me for? I think this idea is good and feasible, but theory is theory. It depends on your actual performance on the field. Butler Meng nodded. At this time, Su Jing sent a private message. Uncle Meng, is this also to stimulate our potential? Yes and no. Why? Because there is really no other way. We can only bet on your potential to explode. I understand. While the extraordinary players were discussing the second half of the game was also being discussed in the locker room of Kangdong. In the game of football era, there is no physical consumption. The 20-minute break time of the past football game is used. In addition to the consideration of leaving advertising time for the live broadcast, the most critical factor is to provide space for the players to discuss the second half of the game. Because of the problem of perspective, even the coach can hardly see the whole picture of the game. In this case, the halftime break is very precious. The players on the field try to show the details of the entire match through what they see. This can only be mastered slowly through the game. Although the maps used in each season are essentially the same, the details are random. In addition to those fixed maps that can be familiarized through training, the maps of each official game need a longer time to adapt. Therefore, experience is particularly important. The more players participate in the game, the faster they are familiar with the map, which is a huge advantage in itself. This is also why there are rarely such young geniuses in the top league. Even if they are geniuses, they have to accumulate experience for a period of time before they can really perform well on the field. Shin Fei performed very well in the Super League this year, which is an exception, but that is also because Chang'an itself is a mature team. His unfamiliarity with the venue will not have a fundamental impact on Chang'an's performance. To put it bluntly, Chang'an can tolerate his mistakes. Players who participate in professional competitions for the first year and do not show any signs of discomfort are usually in strong teams. Even if a weak team has one or two geniuses, it will take 1 or 2 years to adapt. In this case, the discussion during the halftime break is very important. After all, if there is no such discussion, the players may appear more confused on the field. We have completely achieved our tactical goals in the first half. In the second half, we must seize the opportunity to control the ball, suppress them, kill time, and make victory closer to us. Zhu Shan said confidently in the locker room. The progress of the first half was within his expectations, which gave him more confidence in the second half of the game. This confidence is certainly not random. All the progress of the game is the best outcome he imagined, of course, the first half. In the second half, there are 3 points. First, delay time. Second, concentrate on defense. And third, it is best to expand the score. The last point can be achieved through patient defense after the kickoff. These 3 points are actually complementary. When we attack, be patient and be conservative rather than take risks. Don't forget that now that we are ahead, they will be anxious instead of us. This is another advantage we have gained since the start of the game. Remember, make full use of our advantages and win. Zhu Shan waved his fist and said, "Got it." The players of Kangkong shouted at the same time. They were indeed extremely confident at this moment, and had great confidence that they could win this victory and qualify for the professional arena. The opponent is really good. There is no team that is not good enough to get here, but we have to be even better. I have never doubted this. We didn't play well last season, and now we still have a chance to make up for this mistake. This is an opportunity given to us by God, and we must seize it. After Zhu Shan finished speaking, it was Wu Lei's turn to speak. He is now the captain of Kangkong and has a long history, although he has only been in the Kangkong first-line team for more than a year, but counting the 10 years of failure before, no player in the team has a longer history than him. His loyalty to Kangkong and the cohesion he can bring are the points that all Kangkong players admire him for. Because of this, everyone united around him, bringing strong cohesion and strength to Kangkong. So his words once again aroused the cheers of the Kangkong players. The old players are of course looking forward to the moment of returning to the professional arena. The players who stayed in Kangkong basically have feelings for Kangkong. They may not have nowhere to go, but they hope to return to the professional arena with Kangkong. The 4 young players, Zheng Qi, Bai Senator, Yin Yu and Yeo Kaian, are also loyal to the club and look forward to showing their level in the professional arena. There is no doubt about this. Now Kangkong's cohesion is much better than last season. It's time for such a team to achieve results. The players of Kangkong are very confident about this. Tiffin is indeed excellent, but we are better. The players of Kangkong now have only this thought in their minds. As the better side, it is natural to win the championship, and they will also work hard to make luck stand on their side through their own performance. Luck is illusory, but the side that is more prepared will always have more luck. We should definitely not be in the amateur league. We will play more than 50 games a year, including professional games and cup games, instead of less than 20 games a season, and we are now moving towards this goal, and we will eventually reach the other side. Zhu Shan finished this sentence with emotion, then he looked at the watch and found that the time was almost up. Let's go, use our best condition to spend the remaining 45 minutes, which will also be our last 45 minutes in the Yamata game. Chapter 363. Present and Future. When the second half of the game was about to start, fans from both sides in the stands, including neutral fans, were very interested in the second half. The first half of the game seemed dull, but in fact there were many wonderful shots. Both players played extremely well, and the game process was also full of ups and downs. Not only were fans from both sides extremely nervous, but even neutral audiences were also very nervous. The steadily rising ratings were enough to prove the excellence of this game. The ratings were not high at first, but after the game started, the ratings were rising little by little. The data faithfully showed how much the number of people watching this game increased after halftime. That was nearly 5 million people. More than 4 million people were on site, and more than 4 million watched the live broadcast. Nearly 10 million people watched again, which was a new record in amateur competitions. From this perspective, there would be no losers in this game. The share of ticket and broadcast fees alone could make both sides earn 40 to 50 million yuan each, which was almost equal to the monthly income of a Class A team. Of course, for Kangkong, they still cannot tolerate failure. Their expenses this season are purely the expenses of a Class A team. Even if they can make a fortune from this game, it cannot make up for the losses caused by playing in the Yamata League this season. Tiffin is much better in this regard. After all, although they have a large number of guilds, their actual expenses are not much. They have only signed less than 1,000 professional players, which is less than 1/10 of Kangping's expenses. The expenses of a real professional club are not like Fifen's now. Fifen can only be regarded as a copycat professional club now, and a lot of overall expenses can be saved. So even if Zheng Qi can win the 1 billion yuan in funds, it will not take a few years if he really wants to operate it as a regular professional club. While the audience and neutral audiences on both sides were waiting for the game to start, in a separate box on the stands, the boss of Kangping looked at the field with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. If he wins this game and returns to the Class A field, it will be a great thing for him. Although at this moment he looked at the field and those enthusiastic Kangping fans, he felt a little ashamed. But he was still very happy. If he could return to the first division, then the Kangping he had invested so many years in could be sold at a good price, at least enough for his retirement. Although he was not particularly old, he was already very old in his heart. The severe blow he suffered after relegation could not be made up by time. Although Filet's determination to stay and Yushan's uncomplaining return raised some fighting spirit, the more he saw these people who were extremely loyal to the club, the more guilty he felt. The guilt sometimes turned into hatred. He didn't hate Filet and the others, but himself. He hated why he made the mistakes of last season and why he wanted to retreat. However, the thought of retreating was like a poisonous dragon entrenched in his heart, growing stronger day by day. Finally one day, his mentality collapsed. Although Kangping had good results and had great hopes of returning to the professional arena, he always wondered, even if he returned to the professional arena, what would happen? With his almost exhausted financial resources, how many years could he support Kangping? In the next few years, could Kangping really make it to the Super League? He had no confidence in this. As a boss, he had supported Kangping for a long time, but now, he seemed to be a stumbling block for Kangping. At this time, he met the son of a consortium. The other party was younger than him, his family was richer than him, and more importantly, he was ambitious and motivated. Looking at the other party, he seemed to see an enhanced version of himself when he was young. Are you willing to transfer Kangping to me? I have calculated that in the past 10 years, you have invested about 2 billion yuan in Kangping. Your company is empty, right? As long as you can enter the professional arena, then 3 billion yuan will be given to you personally, and Kangping Club will be mine. The other party's arrogant attitude made him a little unhappy at first, but then he thought, maybe only such a person can lead Kangping out of the quagmire. What's more, there is such a large income, enough for him to live out his life, so he nodded in agreement. This matter was just an intention, and there was no contract. He did not disclose it to anyone. At this moment, seeing that the team was in such a good situation, his emotions became so complicated. I must enter the professional arena, this will be good for me and the club. After anesthetizing himself with these words, the boss of Kangping began to prepare to concentrate on watching the game on the field. Of course, he never knew how he should face those people in Kangping at the time. He could only anesthetize himself. Only in this way could Kangping become better and better. However, he overlooked one point: will the Kangping at the time still be the Kangping now? Will the club at the time really be the original Kangping? It is impossible for him not to think of such a thing, but he would not think about it at this time. Every minute that followed was a huge torment for him. At this time, the phone rang. Boss Mew, there are only 45 minutes before our transaction takes effect. How is it? Are you happy? Mr. Liu, I am, of course I am happy now. Looking forward to a pleasant cooperation at the time. The other party said a few simple words, and then hung up the phone, leaving Boss Mew there in a daze. At this time, the players of both sides had appeared on the field, and the second half of the game officially began. Boss Mew calmed down and began to watch the second half of the game seriously. This is the last 45 minutes of the Kangping game that I watched as the boss of Kangping. He thought to himself. The Kangping players on the field certainly don't know this. They now have a goal in front of them, and it seems that they will meet it soon, which makes their morale quite strong. The most correct thing that Boss Mew did recently was not to disclose the news that he wanted to transfer the club. Otherwise, this matter alone would be enough to make the Kangping, which was united because of a goal, suddenly fall apart. So in the past few months after making this decision, Boss Mew actually had a very tormented life. He was afraid that he would accidentally disclose these things, which would cause a devastating blow to the morale of the team. So during this period of time, he even went to the club less frequently, and rarely chatted with Filet and Yushan, leaving all the affairs of the team to the coach and the captain. This is of course a very irresponsible approach. After all, in the current football era professional clubs, the management and the first team are not clearly divided. The two sides need to understand each other's trends in order to run that club best. Rather than a relationship between superiors and subordinates, it is better to say that they are collaborators. This is particularly obvious in the Super League. Players of Lu Xiaoshan and Li Qing's level, whether in terms of their own value or appeal, are not inferior to the club itself. This is quite different from the previous clubs. In the past, no matter how popular and prestigious the stars were, it was difficult to compete with the club management. It is precisely because of this that in the football era clubs, the interaction between the management and the first team is quite frequent. The two sides are in a cooperative relationship, rather than finance being the management's business and the game being the first team's business. There is no such clear distinction. However, Boss Mu's action brought an unexpected surprise, that is, after he stopped interfering with the team's situation, Zhu Shan and Fu Lei felt that he was completely giving up power and showing his trust in them. Zhu Shan and Fu Lei, who felt that they were valued and respected, took the game more seriously, and at the same time mobilized the enthusiasm of the whole team, so that they played the highest level of the first half in the past 2 years. It must be said that this was a very beautiful misunderstanding for Boss Mu. Of course, Boss Mu didn't know this at the time. He was just happy that the team played really well in the first half. With such a performance, after returning to the A-level arena, with the support of a better consortium and the injection of funds, the performance will be better, right? Maybe in a few years, the name of the Sky Club will appear again in the Super Arena. This will be the best newborn of this club with a long history. When he thought about it, he felt that his guilt was reduced a little. And when he thought about it, he also subconsciously ignored another possibility. If he couldn't win this game, what would the Sky do? Boss Mu didn't think about this problem, and the Sky players on the field didn't think about it either. For them, this question is not even within their consideration. Only by winning this game can the club continue to be maintained. If they cannot win this game, there may be no tomorrow for Kangkong. Boss Mu has revealed this to Zhu Shan and Fu Lei, but Zhu Shan and Fu Lei have not revealed it to other players, but they have already vaguely felt this. The players who choose to stay are undoubtedly loyal to Kangkong, so their idea of this time is very simple: then let Kangkong return to the professional arena, so that Kangkong can continue to exist. Because of their pure thinking, at this time, the players of Kangkong are the strongest. They can fully exert their own level. The operation level of the players and the command art of the head coach have reached a very high level at this moment. And the opponent of Fifan is such a powerful team. Can they withstand the opponent's attack under various unfavorable circumstances? Kangkong represents the present, and Fifan represents the future. The contest between the present and the future, Chapter 364. Tactics versus Tactics. These guys are very patient in their attack. Zheng Qi sighed in his heart. 5 minutes had passed since the start of the second half. Fifan attempted to intercept in the midfield, but Kangkong's advancement was quite patient and steady, not giving Fifan any chance. It was normal for them to be patient, in such an important game. Since they had taken a 1-goal lead, they could of course attack slowly, attack steadily, and control the ball to kill time. Fans would not be disgusted by this negative approach. On the contrary, the angrier the opponent was, the happier they would be. Pay attention, we must be patient, otherwise there will be no chance. Butler Meng's words rang in the ears of Fifan's players in time. Butler Meng saw this trend very accurately. In the midfield, Kangkong's players gathered together and moved forward steadily. Fifan's players were divided into several teams, taking turns to attack, but they could not break through the opponent's formation at all. After all, after the opponent's 10 people gathered together and organized into a tight formation, 2 or 3 people rushing up would often be a dish for the opponent. Fifan's players chose to retreat, trying to use this method to enter a more suitable location to fight the opponent, but after they began to retreat, Kangkong's formation also began to retreat. If they hadn't seen that the football was clearly under the close protection of Kangkong, Fifan would have thought that the opponent had bypassed from the other 2 paths. Too much, this is a blatant delay. Where is the referee? Li Gurui shouted indignantly. The system sounded a beep, and Li Gurui had a yellow card on his body. The Kangkong fans on the sidelines laughed, laughing at Li Gurui's meaningless behavior. There are no referees in the football era games, all of which are monitored by electronic referees. At least in all these years, nothing controversial has happened, and since killing the opponent is a very important part of the game, there is actually very little they can do. The most important task is to show yellow cards or even red cards to those players who verbally attack. Too many yellow cards will result in cumulative suspension, too many red cards will result in one less player on the field, and suspension in the next game. This is also the most severe punishment. Over the years, those players who like to talk nonsense on the field have basically disappeared, because there is no room for them to survive. Under such circumstances, the football era field is also like the NBA back then. Trash talk has become popular. It is also a very particular thing to use all kinds of non-violation words to provoke the opponent's anger. Many professional players are well versed in this, but when facing top players basically don't care about this. When have you heard that Liu Xiaoxin would lose his composure because of being provoked by others? Li Qing's is even calmer like a piece of ice, but it is normal for a young player like Li Guirui to suffer this kind of loss. After receiving a yellow card, Li Guirui became more honest. He began to attack the opponent's formation with his teammates. Since the opponent wants to delay time, they can't let them delay so smoothly. Under Fifan's attack, Kangping was struggling to defend. They were forced to speed up and move forward. Although the entrance was more advantageous to the defending side, it was also advantageous to the attacking side. They could put the football in the back to ensure that the opponent would not take the ball away. Just as Kangping began to move forward, Butler Meng changed a player. Yuan Kong, who was originally standing in front of the goal, left the field and Niuliwa came on as a substitute. Such a substitution was not discovered by Kangping. This was actually a very normal thing. If the opponent's substitutions and actions would clearly appear in the eyes of the opponent's coach, many tactics would have no value. Although Kangping began to move forward, they moved forward very carefully, with a strict formation and never rushed forward. They had a great advantage now and there was no need to rush to attack. When they were close to the gate of the camp, Fifan started a strong rebound. Su Jing chanted the skill reading almost instantly. When she chanted, Li Guirui chose to be on the left, Ban Yuanfa and Qing Yizhao was on the right, Zheng Qi was attacking from the front, and Zheng Shu covered behind Zheng Qi. Fifan launched an attack from three sides at the same time. When Su Jing's chanting ended, Lin Fei and Zheng Qi, who were originally guarding her, disappeared at the same time. The next moment, they appeared behind that Kangping formation and launched an attack at the same time. Almost in an instant, Fifan's attack began to unfold from all directions. If it were a team with less experience, they would have been confused in such an attack, but Kangping would not have any problems in this regard. Although the mentality of young players such as Zheng Qi was still inevitably affected, they, who were mainly old players, quickly stabilized their positions. Under the command of Fu Lei, they began to stand still and launched defensa. However, Fifan's attack this time seemed extremely fierce. People in other positions seemed to be holding back their manpower, while Zheng Qi, who was attacking head-on, showed an extremely strong ability to attack. In Fu Lei's opinion, Zheng Qi was actually not suitable for attacking. After all, his characteristics were more flexible and changeable. When Fu Lei was with Fifan, Shinrao Fei, not Zheng Qi, was responsible for the frontal attack in their team. But now when Zheng Qi launched the attack like this, Fu Lei realized that he had underestimated Zheng Qi again. He did not charge forward foolishly, but his speed combined with his elusive movements made it difficult to deal with him even if he charged head-on. What's more, there was a Zheng Shu behind him who cooperated well with him. Zheng Qi charged head-on, and the Kangping player who was defending head-on was about to attack, but Zheng Shu's skill had already arrived, and a stone wall separated the two of them. When the Kangping player was a little dazed, Zheng Qi had already quickly circled from the side of the stone wall, and attacked continuously, knocking him back several steps in a row. After repelling the opponent, Zheng Qi rushed forward quickly and rushed directly into the Kangping formation. "Is he looking for death?" a commentator exclaimed, alone, rushing into the opponent's formation. What else could this be but looking for death? However, the next moment, the Kangping players who came from both sides to attack Zheng Qi were stiff at the same time. Two short-term stiffening skills fell from the sky almost in no particular order and landed on the two of them. Charm, Young Tiger Catcher. These two skills switch so quickly, the operation is so precise. While the commentator was cheering for Zheng Shu's two extremely outstanding skills, Zheng Qi had already entered the Kangping formation again. "He's coming for the ball," Zhu Shan shouted from the sidelines. He keenly judged that the Kangping formation was actually in a very dangerous situation at this time. Although Zheng Qi was surrounded by Kangping players, most of them were resisting the attacks from Fifan on three sides. Others who could block Zheng Qi were temporarily blocked by Zheng Shu's skills. Fu Lei was in control of the ball at the moment and couldn't confront Zheng Qi head-on. After all, as long as the ball was hit by a skill, it would refresh. Zhu Shan figured out this problem in an instant and gave instructions. The next moment, Zheng Qi retreated, and then Fu Lei's teleportation skill was used on him. Zheng Qi appeared in the distance, and Fu Lei raised his foot and passed the ball far away. Transfer the ball first, and then you can deal with Zheng Qi with peace of mind. Zheng Qi's skill blocking only lasted for a very short time. With 3 people double-teaming him, no matter how strong Zheng Qi was, he would still die. Zhu Shan thought carefully, and then he found that he seemed to have overlooked something. In terms of specific tactical details, he did have a very good insight. Almost in an instant, he thought of what he had overlooked. The number of people was wrong. Now, as far as his vision could reach, he could only see 9 extraordinary players. Apart from a goalkeeper, where were the others? On the battlefield where all the forces were invested, the opponent was missing 1 person, which almost certainly meant that there was a conspiracy. Unfortunately, when he knew this, it was often the time when the conspiracy was launched. Just as Zheng Qi was about to catch the ball, the sky was full of flames, lighting up his eyes. Seeing the sky full of flames, Zheng Qi was a little desperate. The skill with the largest attack range, Zhao Yu's big move, was reduced to ashes. The football had just flown over, and he had no chance to control it. It was too late to pounce on it now. The timing of this move was too coincidental. The distance between the football and him was really not far or close. Whether he was going to kick the ball out first or control it first, he couldn't do it. This big move didn't hurt anyone in the end, but it refreshed the football. Disperse, let's find a ball together. Zheng Qi laughed. Then Zheng Qi also received a yellow card. What, is this a foul? Zheng Qi was shocked. The helpless voice of housekeeper Meng rang out. This counts as swearing, too civilized. Zheng Qi sighed. This little episode did not make Fifan's carefully prepared tactics go to waste. Relying on speed, Wang Yuanfeng was the first to find that football in the passage on the right side of the camp. Then he began to prepare to sneak attack the opponent's goal, but he ran into Youqian head-on and could only retreat in embarrassment. It's okay, regaining control of the ball is our victory. Prepare to attack, now the initiative is in our hands. Zheng Qi said indifferently. At the same time, Zhu Shan, with a gloomy face, commanded the players of Kangping to retreat. At this time, he didn't dare to intercept in the middle. The personal strength advantage of the extraordinary players allowed them to be more flexible in attacking. Unless they saw the ball, otherwise, deploying all the defensive forces in any place would expose their weaknesses to the opponent. Meng Fan can actually use such a sophisticated tactic. I haven't seen it before. Zhu Shan thought in his heart with some depression. Chapter 365. Amateur Extraordinariness. I'm just a little slow in reaction, not that I can't arrange tactics. Butler Meng said to several extraordinary players around him with some grievance. Did Zhu Shan think of me as an NPC? Several people around laughed. This was indeed quite funny. Fifan's passive beating in the first half seemed to give Zhu Shan such an illusion. After laughing, Butler Meng looked at the field. In terms of specific tactics, his reaction was indeed slower. In the big fight, his reaction was not slow. He could keenly feel the changes in the battlefield through various details. However, in this confrontation of more than a dozen people, his reaction did seem a little slow. The success of the tactics just now is the tactics he arranged in general. The details required the extraordinary players to adapt to the situation. No wonder Su Jin thought he was deliberately training the extraordinary players in this aspect. However, in fact, Butler Meng couldn't do it. The next attack still depends on you. Butler Meng sighed in his heart. But what made him feel at ease was that the extraordinary players did not think of relying on his tactical command at this time. After getting the ball back, Fifan did not rush to attack, but just like Kangping's attack just now, he began to advance steadily from the middle road. They did not even split up to harass, except for the goalkeeper. All the other 10 people started to attack from the middle road. Kangping did not start to block in the midfield. This approach itself is what Zhu Shan has always emphasized to avoid. Only when the people of Kangping are united can they have the strength to fight Fifan. If the risk of splitting up is successful once, there is no need to take risks again. You have to know that the goal was actually scored by Kangping very dangerously. If they had not been outflanked from the back in time, their defense line would have been broken. If Fifan had not been careless and did not leave people to protect Su Jin and Shu, they would not have been able to sneak attack and grab the ball. Even after they succeeded, if Su Jin's first reaction was to brush the ball with a skill, then they would not have been able to face the empty goal directly. These rather accidental details led to Kangping's first goal. How could Kang not feel lucky? At this time, it was enough to keep the victory. Of course, there was no need to take risks. Kang retreated to the front of the camp near their own half, and then they set up a tight formation. They did not defend the camp exit, but arranged 4 players in front of the exit, and the others guarded near the exit. The advantage of doing this is that they can expand their field of vision as much as possible and observe whether the opponent has brought the football over or is preparing any conspiracy. Of course, this approach will also distract the defender, but this is how the game is. If this aspect is strengthened, other aspects will be weakened accordingly, just like playing chess. How to use the same chess piece to play a greater role, this is what a good chess player should do. The 4 Kang players' positions are quite particular. Zhu Shan, who shared the field of vision, took a glance and saw that Fifan had all 10 people in his field of vision. The football was quietly staying next to Su Jing and Zheng Qi at the back. So confident. Zhu Shan thought to himself, but he also knew that it was normal for Fifan to use the same means as before. After all, although they lost the ball in this way before, there was also a lot of luck involved. If they protect Su Jing and Zheng Qi who have the ball well, then with the effect of their previous impact, they will have great hope to break through the defense line of the sky again. Let me show you the real strength of our defender. Zhu Shan thought to himself. There is no conspiracy in the battle, and it is all about cooperation, tacit understanding, and personal ability. Tight defense must have several factors: excellent command, brave sacrifice, and teammates who can fill in the position in time. It is normal to die in defense. Even the best players may die directly after being besieged by the opponent. It is not surprising to die, as long as you don't lose your footing. The defender of the sky was obviously doing just that, and the Fifan's attack was quite ferocious, especially after Niuliwa came on the court. Her large-scale skills were simply born for this kind of offensive battle. Although Yuefayanmu was still cooling down at this moment, as soon as Niuliwa made a move, it was a fire-burning Yulin. This girl looks like water, how come she can fight with fire? The sky players who were burned miserably could only fight back reluctantly, but Wang Yuanfen and Li Guruli's lightning moves sent 2 sky players out of the court in an instant. This was normal, as they were attacked by the opponent's superior forces without any cover, and they were lucky to lose 2 of them at once. The remaining 2 Kangkongs had no choice but to retreat to avoid the extraordinary edge, including Zheng Qi. However, Zheng Qi did not want to retreat just like that. Before retreating, he advanced instead. Chen Baxian used his second skill fighting in all directions and attacked Wang Yuanfen, Li Guorui and others who had surrounded him at the same time. With the help of such a buffer, the remaining teammate retreated smoothly, and Kang's second line of defense was ready. Then Zheng Qi was ready to retreat, but the next moment, he found himself in front of a blur, and he was in the extraordinary formation again. Zheng Qi almost hated Zhu to death, because Zhu used a position swap skill to swap his position with Zheng Qi. Then Zheng Qi died in frustration, but Zhu did not. He was well prepared, and after switching positions, he directly used Shang Yang's big move to share his physical value with Ying Yu in the opponent's defense line. The other Kang players did not stop, and a large number of skills were smashed down, beating Zhu half to death, but Ying Yu's physical value was almost at the bottom. If Fulei had not stopped the others immediately, and then withdrew Ying Yu and rearranged a teammate to go up, Kang's defense line would have been short of support. It's really dangerous. Zhu's explosion in this game is a variable, Zhu Shan thought to himself. It is obvious that Zhu Shan has done extremely detailed work before the game for the extraordinary players. However, Zhu, who had performed mediocrely before and whose strength was indeed mediocre, suddenly exploded in the game. This is simply a speechless thing. You can't make good arrangements for such variables before the game, and the players can't prepare in advance. They can only gradually adapt in the game. Zhu's accumulation of strength has played a very huge role in this game so far. After resisting the opponent's first wave of counterattacks, Zheng Qi appeared beside Zhu. After seeing Zheng Qi's figure, Fulei stubbornly pushed forward. He is the player with the strongest attributes of the sky, the captain and the gore. At this time, of course, he has to push forward. On such a narrow road, Zheng Qi's characteristics cannot be fully brought into play, and Fulei is also fighting for his life. Many times, he has to fight for injuries to stop Zheng Qi's progress. Such desperate efforts are not worthy of praise for professional players, because the price of doing so is often more physical value, and it can't last long, but Fulei only needs to hold on for a while. In the previous fight, Kang lost too many troops. Although only 2 people were needed to block the entrance of the camp, if the support behind was not enough, it would take only a few minutes for the opponent to break through the defense line. He succeeded. Although under Zheng Qi's attack, he only took away half of Zheng Qi's physical value, and was sent off the field by Zheng Qi and other extraordinary players who came to help, but he supported Kang Ping's support. Strange, after coming to the bench, Fu Lei unexpectedly found that Zhu Shan was frowning and looking at the field at this moment. "Coach, what's wrong?" Fu Lei asked immediately. "They actually kept attacking head-on like this, and they didn't even hide the football to distract me. What on earth are they thinking?" Zhu Shan said puzzledly. "It's a bit strange." Fu Lei nodded. "With the camp blocking the view, it is very important to hide the traces of the football. Whether it is a sneak attack or a feint to the east and west, hiding the location of the football is the basis for playing tricks. Now Fifen has clearly placed the football within the field of vision of the sky. This approach is too amateur. If Fifen is really an amateur team, it is not surprising, but is Fifen an amateur team? If someone thinks so, the former professional clubs such as Bo Yun who fell at the feet of Fifen will spit shit on his face. In fact, Fifen is really a bit amateur." After thinking about it, Fu Lei threw down a sentence and left the bench. "His time to play has come, and now it's his turn to play." Zhu Shan frowned and nodded slightly. Yes, what Fu Lei said should make sense. Although Fifen is very strong, they are still an amateur team in essence. On the surface, they already have a strong first-line team, a complete guild system, and a complete reward and punishment system, but are they really a real professional club? Not really. The difference between professional and amateur is actually very big. This cannot be fully reflected from the aspects of technology. The biggest difference lies in thinking. Are there any real professionals among Fifen? No. Whether it is the captain Ring Pingshen, the coach Meng Fan, or those players and shareholders, they are all amateurs and have no professional resumes before. The only one with a professional resume is Wang Chong. Hong Jian and Qing Yizhao do not have professional resumes. Qing Chuan and the others are only members of the youth team. They have no experience in professional games. In such a situation, it is normal to make such a mistake, right? Zhu Shan began to wonder if he had overestimated Fifen's strength. Are they really that strong? It seems that Fu Lei, who has been in Fifen, can point out this problem incisively. Thinking of this, Zhu Shan was relieved. Chapter 366 The moment of waiting. Zhu Shan was relieved, not because he thought Fifen had no conspiracy. But from a tactical point of view, Zhu Shan really couldn't think of any conspiracy to put the football in the sight of the sky. This fundamentally eliminated the possibility of conspiracy. The only possible conspiracy was to distract himself and always think about whether Fifen had any conspiracy, thus becoming slow in thinking. After thinking of this, Zhu Shan decided to ignore it and put all his energy into the specific details. Although he was not very old, he was a coach who knew his strengths and weaknesses very well. He knew that he was good at grasping details and tactical confrontation, so he had to focus all his energy on this. He didn't think he was a genius coach. He could have an extremely outstanding performance in these two aspects because of his concentration and carefulness. Once he was distracted, would he still be him? This is a very correct idea. Doing things well in the field you are good at is better than anything else. Of course, this is for individuals. For a game of confrontation between coaches, it is not right to only think about yourself and only know that I am the basis. The two sides continued to fight fiercely on the field. Fifen kept attacking, while Kang Ping kept defending. The narrow entrance only allowed two people to enter and exit. In such an environment, both the attacker and the defender could only use the tactics of adding fuel to the fire. Therefore, even if they killed one or two people or even 3 or 4 people on the other side, the impact would not be great. After holding on for dozens of seconds, the teammates who were sent out would be able to return to the field again. Such a field is often a good place to play with details and tactics. Tactics such as false and true must be used. The attacker dispatched back and forth, and the defender intercepted back and forth. These are all things worth paying attention to. This is also that key factor that Zhu Shan has enough confidence in this game. Such a confrontation will definitely have a lot of narrow encounters and specific tactical details and fine-tuning, which is what he is best at. Confronting in the area he is best at, even if he plays against the top coaches in the country, he has the confidence to compete. However, Fifen did not seem to have thought of this. They just fought head-on. Theoretically, if your head-on attack didn't work for a while, you should change your approach. But they didn't. They concentrated all their forces and kept attacking like moths to a flame. While creating huge pressure on the front, they also made it impossible for Kangping to adjust other tactical details. Although it was only a confrontation between a few people, the auxiliary support, long-range skill bombing support, and supplementary support all required sufficient manpower. The conspiracy that Kangping played before was considered dancing on the edge of a knife. It was lucky to succeed, and it also lets Zhu Shan know that if the opponent launched an all-out attack, his side would be under even greater pressure. If he saved a few more people to flank from the back, he might not be able to support the front. If the score was behind, he might take risks, but now, did he need to take risks? Absolutely not. So he could only persist like this, constantly transferring troops to the front to fill the gaps, so that a large number of players on both sides were killed and sent out of the field, and then replenished them continuously. Such mutual consumption was meaningless, but it could waste a lot of time. Wasting time like this is good for Kangping. 10 minutes passed. 20 minutes passed. Time passed quickly. The audiences on both sides in the stands were very nervous, while the neutral audiences were a little bored. Yes, the two sides played very fiercely. The collision of small details made them have more exciting scenes. People were constantly sent off the court. The fight of risking their lives was very fierce, but this was not a wonderful shot. Just like in the previous football game, the midfielder fought back and forth, but it was not a wonderful shot. In football games, the wonderful shots are passing, short passes, and shooting and scoring, not this meaningless fight, although such a fight is also part of the game. Similarly, in the football era, although such a confrontation is fierce, it is not a wonderful shot. The wonderful shot is to eliminate most of the opponent's players and find a gap to break through the opponent's defense, not this meaningless fight. But this meaningless fight is also part of the game. Both sides focused their energy on this confrontation. Zhu Shan felt a little strange, but he didn't dare to be distracted. In this kind of terrain, the two sides can only face each other 2-2. Relying on the advantages of personal attributes, Fifan can actually take advantage every time. If he doesn't make up for this disadvantage through tactical command, the situation may slowly lean towards Fifan. This is a place that Zhu Shan can't ignore. Of course, no matter how busy he is, he will always pay attention to the football in his field of vision. With the football, Fifan can't play any conspiracy. And in terms of perspective, Fifan's no 10 is dangling in front of him, so he can't play any conspiracy. Are you trying to paralyze us? Zhu Shan was commanding and paying attention, and he was thinking carefully in his heart. This didn't put any pressure on him. He was used to this way of thinking. After all, if he wanted to deduct tactics, he had to pay attention to all the details on the field. Such consumption has become an instinct for him. What's more, this game is so important that even if it is more tiring than usual, it is necessary. After thinking about it, he could only think that Fifan wanted to paralyze his side, let them get used to their frontal attack, and then form inertial thinking before they carried out their conspiracy. He didn't know what conspiracy Fifan had now, he only knew that since the other party did this, there must be a conspiracy. Of course, it is also possible that Fifan didn't have any conspiracy, they were just stupid, or inexperienced, and couldn't think of any other way, so they could only stupidly attack head-on. But even if Fifan was stupid, Zhu Shan had to treat the other party as a smart person, so that he could do everything possible. Fifan's current behavior is indeed a bit strange. Half of the second half has passed, and they're still making this meaningless attack. Do they lack experience in playing on such terrain? A commentator said in confusion, while other commentators agreed with this view. Fifan has indeed achieved remarkable results this year, but in essence, they are still an amateur team. Even the most experienced Wang Chong and Hong Jian have only entered the semi-finals of the finals in the past. They lack experience in playing finals. The map of the finals is also very different from the map of the usual games. It is normal to make some mistakes without practical experience. There has never been a precedent for a new club to reach the finals in the past. It seems that we need to make some changes in our concepts. After many commentators made such judgments, many neutral fans watching the game nodded in sudden enlightenment. No wonder Fifan and his gang stupidly rushed to the middle road. They would not play on such a field, and no wonder they would perform like this. In this way, their performance is worthy of forgiveness. Although it seems a bit unprofessional, it shows their courage and fighting spirit very well. For a new team, being able to show such a quality is something to be admired. Well, but we can't relax our observation of them. Zhu Shan also came to a similar conclusion, but he knew that others could rest assured, but he couldn't do that. He was the head coach and needed to be responsible for everything. Others could ignore it, but he couldn't. But there was really nothing else to focus on in the current scene. Most of Fiffin's players and the football were within his field of vision. Fiffin's attack was only through the entrance of the camp, and he didn't attack anywhere else. So he didn't need to divide his troops to reduce the force of the direct confrontation with the opponent. At the same time, it was also a very good choice to let Fiffin focus only on this place of direct impact, so Zhu Shan decided to continue watching. As long as he didn't relax his vigilance, there would be no problem. There were only more than 20 minutes left before the end of the game. It was not difficult to delay that time. For Fiffin, time was more important, and Kang certainly had no reason to be anxious. But after more than 20 minutes in the second half, Fiffin's offensive rhythm began to speed up. If it was a mutual consumption before, then Fiffin's current rhythm was a mutual explosion. Under such circumstances, it must be said that the players of Kang are indeed very experienced. The same rhythm for such a long time did not slow down their reactions. When Fiffin's attack became more fierce, they firmly stabilized their formation. The two sides were fighting at the entrance. Zhu Shan calmly commanded everyone to make their own responses. At the same time, while commanding, he also observed Fiffin's personnel and football through his perspective. In such a chaotic confrontation, the perspective is easily blocked, and while commanding the team, Zhu Shan has been paying attention to the original place of the football. The effect of the skills and the movement of the players on both sides made the football appear and disappear in his sight. Zhu Shan raised his attention to the highest level. If the opponent has any conspiracy, it is in this situation. Sure enough, after the two sides launched another attack and the perspective was blocked, when the perspective was clear, Zhu Shan immediately found that the football was no longer within his field of view. At the same time, Zhu Shan accurately judged that there were only 6 Fiffin players who appeared in his field of view at this moment. Even though 2 players were sent off the court in the previous confrontation, and 2 others were missing, once these people joined together, they were almost able to catch up with half of the opponent's offensive power. Zhu Shan did not panic, he was waiting for this moment. Chapter 367. Pulling back to the starting line. In fact, when some of the players and the football disappeared from his sight, Zhu Shan felt relieved. He had been waiting for this scene to appear, and now it finally appeared, which made him feel relieved. It's like there is always a stone shaking on your head, so you basically have to pay attention to it at any time, and you can't concentrate on anything. This time is the most uncomfortable. If this stone really falls, it is hard to say whether it will smash the flowers and plants. At least you won't worry about it anymore. Zhu Shan feels like this now. And he has prepared for this moment for a long time, so he responded in time at the first time. He quickly called the names of 2 players and asked them to go to the 2 sides of the channel to inquire. These 2 players are the fastest in the sky, and they can find out the results in time. As for Zheng Qi and Fu Lady, who just died and returned to the field, Zhu Shan asked them not to rush to the top, but to stay in the middle and be ready to respond to the 2 sides at any time. No matter which way the opponent attacks, it is enough for the sky to react. Find the opponent's traces and be ready to respond at any time. Do you understand? Zhu Shan said to the players of Kang. The Kang players who entered both sides to investigate responded at the same time. They moved very fast. Although the distance was a bit far, they quickly reached the entrance of the 2 passages with the acceleration of some skills, and then began to explore forward. At this time, the power of Fiffin's frontal impact had begun to weaken. They had been attacking frantically for a while before, which would obviously cut off the backup, so the power of the impact began to decrease. If it weren't for the fact that the frontal defense of Kang also decreased, they might have been able to counterattack. However, Zhu Shan knew that the opponent had already taken the football away, so this wave of counter-pressure and advantage was no longer meaningful. In the final analysis, the game still had to chase the football and send the ball into the opponent's goal, not just rely on killing. This is also the most complicated part of the football era game. You can even use most of the players as bait. Even if these people are killed, the remaining 1 or 2 players have a chance to capture the opponent's goal, and the final winner will also be you. Zhu Shan felt that he could see far enough. At this time, the Kang player in the left channel saw a figure swaying in his view, and Zhu Shan also saw it. There is only one person, a feint to the east and attack in the west. Zhu Shan thought to himself, and calmly issued an order to let Fu Lei and Zheng Qi move to the left and be ready to support at any time. The one on the right, pay attention and explore forward to see if the opponent has added more people in this area. Although in theory, such a sneak attack should send heavy troops to one side so that a united force can be formed, Zhu Shan had to guard against this. Left or right? Or both sides, and the center of gravity is on one side. This is not impossible, Zhu Shan thought carefully in his heart. He dared not let down his guard against Buttlermeng. Although he felt that Buttlermeng was not quick to respond to specific tactics before, Buttlermeng used a well-arranged tactic to grab the ball. This made him realize that Buttlermeng was not without tactical ability, but he was just slow to react. It is still possible for such a coach with an excellent overall view to arrange several sets of prepared tactics. Zhu Shan, who was lost in thought, relaxed his attention on the front battlefield for the first time in this game. The next moment, Bai Xian's shout woke him up. "Coach, I can't hold on." "Why can't I hold on?" Zhu Shan was very curious. He was fine just now, why did he suddenly fail? Then, a chaos appeared in his perspective. Bai Senator and another Kanking player, who were originally guarding the defense line of the camp, were repelled at the same time. Zheng Qi, who rushed over, only occupied the defense line for a few seconds before being killed by the surging Kanking player. However, this killing caused Kanking's continuous skilled offensive to be interrupted for a short time. In such a gap, Ban Yuanfen and Li Gurui rushed over at the same time, rushed directly through the entrance of the camp, and killed into Kanking's formation. What's going on? Why did the defense line collapse at this time? When Zhu Shan was shocked, the entire stance had been boiling for a long time. Zhu Shan couldn't see it, but the audience and commentators with a God's perspective could see it clearly. What they saw was that the extraordinary Zheng Qi and Lin Fei only moved a distance to the side with the ball, and the originally solid defensive formation of the sky suddenly became weak, because under the command of Zhu Shan, the two players rushed to the sides, and Fu Lei and Zheng Qi, who were originally going to join the defense line, stopped their reinforcements, and there were only 6 sky players left blocking the defense line. And what about the extraordinary? In addition to Xinya moving forward to the right channel, the others moved quietly towards the entrance of the camp. Including the goalkeeper, 10 players have been gathered here, all out. But the sky seemed to know nothing, and suddenly divided its troops at this time. It looked like a match fixing. Of course, the commentators were not fools, they immediately discovered the key factors that led to this situation. It seems that Kang Kong has been fooled by Fifen, although we can see that Fifen's 4 players and the footballer just hiding in a corner. In the field of vision that Kang Kong can see, these 4 players and the footballer disappeared at the same time. In this case, Fifen can completely launch an attack from both sides. Kang Kong has to guard against these 2 points. That's why he made such a move, and Fifen is really patient. In this case, he reduced the frontal impact. It seems that he wants to completely paralyze Kang Kong's frontal defensive players. The two sides encountered each other on the left. Fifen's chance has come. Good. A fast and fierce attack. The timing is very good. Breakthrough. A successful breakthrough. Although 2 Fifen players were sent off the court in this process, Kang Kong's defense line is still in chaos. They were compressed in front of their own goal. Fifen's players began to show their strong personal abilities. The commentators began to get excited like chicken blood. The game is like this. In a lot of drowsy time, the sudden appearance of wonderful shots and important scenes is enough to make you feel that it is worth the price of the ticket. After occupying the advantageous position, Fifen began to fully demonstrate their flexible tactics. Su Jing and Zheng Qi were in the back, under strict protection, and with Niao, their long-range skills were maximized. With the flexible and mobile attacks of Zheng Qi, Ban Yuanfen, Li Gurui and others, Fifen immediately showed an absolute advantage in a relatively wide area. This is the battlefield that Kang Kong has always wanted to avoid. In an open field, they will be concentrated together and will be attacked by Fifen's large-scale skills. The biggest damage will be caused. If they spread out, they will be cut and eliminated by Fifen's players using their personal advantages. So from the beginning of this game, Kang Kong blocked or attacked in narrow places, and tried to avoid direct attacks with Fifen in open places. However, now, they have to resist Fifen's fierce attack in a relatively open area. I was fooled again, Zhu Shan bit his lip and thought. He had figured it out now. Fifen was indeed planning, but it was an open plot. If Kang Kong was distracted, they could break through from the middle, relying on the advantage in numbers to break through Kang Kong's most advantageous defense line, and then fight to the death on the terrain that was favorable to them. But even if he had discovered it before, would he dare not be distracted? He dared not be distracted, because once their attention was on the middle, Fifen could quickly launch an attack from both sides. The teleportation skill could allow Fifen's players to bypass the interception of the camp to launch the attack. As for the football, a long-distance pass would be enough. Even if the accuracy rate was not high, it was still a very good way. Zhu Shan was just regretting now. When the football disappeared from his sight, he should have sent someone to teleport over to see the specific situation. Unfortunately, the cooling time of the teleportation skill was too long, and it could not be used casually unless it was a critical moment. Now he could only hope that Fifen would become impatient when he was suppressed and want to score a goal in one breath. This was Kangping's chance. However, Fifen, who seemed quite amateur before, was now extremely experienced. They did not attempt to tear open the defense of the sky with detailed tactics, but steadily advanced, compressing the space for the sky's activities bit by bit, and using flexible and maneuverable attacks to make the players of the sky only move in a small space. Fulé led his men to charge several times, but was beaten back severely. At this time, Fifen's role advantage began to show. Once the players of the sky were surrounded, they were basically killed instantly, and the attack of a few people could not break the opponent's encirclement at all. In this case, Fifen not only continued to compress the space for the sky's activities, but also protected the players and football with long-range skill attacks such as Sujing to the maximum extent, without giving the sky any chance. The sky struggled for 5 minutes, but ultimately failed to withstand Fifen's fierce offensive. Fifen continued to suppress the attack, compressing the sky in an extremely narrow range, and then Zheng Qi attacked at the same time, smashing down with a series of large-scale skills, and the players of the sky were collectively left with residual blood. Then there was a fierce attack. Zheng Qi led the way and continued to kill the players of Kangping with other Fifen players. They had to do this even if it cost them more, they could afford it. After the players of Kangping were sent off the court one by one, Fifen's goal also came at the right time. 1-1, Fifen tied the score and brought the game back to the same starting line again. Si est escuchando esta novela en un canal distinto a mundo fanfic novelas, significat lo descarga and y subir en sinisfuerzos invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novelas all encontrar la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos narradores. Te esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas increíbles. Chapter 368. All or nothing. When the scoreboard showed the score of 1-1, everyone knew that the next game would enter a white-hot stage again. When the score was 1-0 before, Kangping didn't mind delaying time or using conservative methods to keep the score until the end in order to maintain the lead of this one goal. But now, the score is already a tie. Can they still delay time? Although the game ends in a tie and can enter overtime, can Kangping really play overtime? In terms of the players' personal attributes and operations, they are at a disadvantage. Before, they offset the advantages of Fifen through overall cooperation, more sophisticated operations and grasp of time but this also means that their consumption in the game is greater than Fifen. The more overtime they go, the more tired they will be. In the game of the football era, mental fatigue is more serious than anything else. The lethality of skills is very powerful relative to physical fitness. However, whether it hits the vital point or not makes a huge difference. The players are not wooden and can't stand there and be beaten by you. In such a situation, whether the mind is focused or not can bring completely different effects. This is also why there is no restriction on substitutions in professional matches in the football era. The two sides often play against each other on the field for a long time. It is unbearable for anyone to concentrate for such a long time. If they do not rotate, it is difficult to hold on. But even if they rotate, there is no problem in the 90 minutes, but it is different in the overtime. It is precisely because of this that after the opponent equalized the score, the situation of the sky began to deteriorate. They must attack now although there are only a dozen Fifen players who can fight against them. On the surface, Fifen's good players are more tired than them, but in fact, because of the advantage in attributes, when operating, Fifen players do not need to play so finely, and consume much less energy than them. If they continue to consume, it is definitely not Fifen who can't support it, but the sky. In this situation, Zhu Shan has no other way in terms of judging the general situation. His ability is average, and the only thing that can help him at this time is his tactical operation ability. Divide the troops into 3 groups and disrupt their defense, Zhu Shan said in the team channel. As soon as these words came out, the players of Kangping were stunned. Isn't it a taboo to divide the troops? Fifen should want us to divide the troops, right? How can they know that we are dividing the troops in the first place? If we want to gamble, let's gamble on this one, otherwise there will be no chance. Zhu Shan said decisively in the team channel. This is our only chance. If we continue to drag it on, we will just die. Do you understand this? The players of Kangping were silent. How could they not know this? After taking the lead in the first half, everything they did was to maintain this advantage. In this process, they paid a lot, including Zhu Shan. Keeping an eye on everyone's movements at all times also brought great pressure to Zhu Shan. In such a situation, they still lost the ball. Although the score was only a draw, all kinds of environments and situations were very unfavorable to them. They themselves knew this very well. If they continued to entangle, maybe they could keep the draw in less than 15 minutes, but that was under the premise that they controlled the ball. When it was Vifan's turn to control the ball and attack in overtime, they would be as passive as before. What's more, they will appear even more tired by then, which makes it even more fatal. So instead of dragging it out to the end and still losing, it is better to take advantage of the spare energy now and launch a large-scale attack, give full play to Zhu Shan's tactical command ability and the tacit cooperation between them, to take the lead again. At the time, it will be much easier to maintain the leading advantage. After figuring this out, everyone in the sky unified their thoughts. Fu Lei immediately asked, "Coach, how should we attack?" "To attack, of course, we must use all our strength from the beginning." Zhu Shan sneered, and then he named two people. "You two, attack from the middle road. If you encounter the opponent in the middle road, then start to gradually retreat and attract them deeper. You go to the left alone. If the opponent has only one or two people, entangle them. If there are more people, retreat and delay their attack. Fu Lei, you'll lead others to attack from the right and rush over in one go. By Senator, follow Fu Lei and the others, and be ready to attack their gate directly at any time. Do you understand?" The players of Kangping nodded one after another. Zhu Shan's tactics were nothing special, but they were desperate. Especially for the defensive side, with their style, they were unlikely to wait in front of the goal for Kangping to attack. Most of them would divide their troops and start from 3 directions to determine where the football was, and then start targeted offensive. Then there would not be too many people on each road. Kangping would put enough troops on one side, and then use the force of thunder to make a breakthrough on this side, and take the lead in breaking through the opponent's defense line when the opponent's main force has not returned to defensive. What's more, they can block the opponent's main force with a few people, and then concentrate their forces to annihilate the living force in front of the opponent's goal. Doing this is of course a huge gamble, but since you want to gamble, of course you have to gamble a little bigger. The game started again. After Kang Kong kicked off, the commentators were in chaos again. What is Kang Kong thinking? Is he crazy? 2 people in the middle, 1 on the right, and all the other 8 people concentrated on the left. Except for Bai Senator who got the ball, the others launched an attack on the left at the same time. They are going to go all in. But it is normal for Kang Kong to make such a move. After all, if it drags on, the situation will not be good for them. It is Zhu Shan's ability to notice this. Now this desperate move, if successful, they can take the initiative again. If it fails, it will only make failure come early, but no matter what, it takes considerable courage to make such a move. When the commentators praised Kang Kong's move, Boss Mu's heart was about to jump out of his throat. This way of gambling was really exciting. When he lost the ball just now, he had already smashed a few cups in the box, and now Kang Kong's move made him feel surprised and scared. But it has come to this point, and he can't do anything else. Now he can't even contact Zhu Shan to calm him down. Once the players and coaches enter the competition venue, they will be completely isolated from the outside world, and no one can contact them, otherwise, it will be too easy to cheat. At this time, his communicator rang again. "Boss Mu, your team is very brave," the other party said faintly. "Now there is only this way to go." Boss Mu said calmly. "I hope you can win the bet, otherwise, I have no interest in amateur teams." The other party hung up the phone after speaking. Boss Mu stared at the communicator in a daze, and wanted to curse him. "Go to hell, I won't play with you anymore," but he didn't dare. He has indeed worn away his edges and fighting spirit over a long period of time. "I hope you can win, at least you still have the courage that I don't have. I, the boss, I'm no longer worthy of leading you forward." Boss Mu muttered to himself. The players of Kangping don't know the pain in their boss's heart at this moment. They just want to seize the last chance. And their luck seemed to be good. Fifand had split up his troops to investigate everywhere, but they sent more people in the middle lane, and only sent 2 people on each wing to investigate the situation. On the side where Kangping concentrated its forces, they only sent Wang Yuanfen and Zheng Qi. These 2 people are of course good players, with professional level operation levels, but their characteristics are both offensive, not defensive. Kangping did not sprint directly stupidly. In fact, the two people in the middle lane were in a more forward position, while the main force lagged behind. The six-man team led by Zheng Qi soon saw the two players in the middle lane of Kangkong. Only two people. There won't be any traps, right? Su Jing said. Who cares, let's kill them first. Zheng Qi waved his arms, and the six Fifan players rushed up one after another, but they were very cautious when they rushed up, and did not rush forward, ready to deal with the opponent's ambush at any time. Although it was clear at a glance, only two people could be seen, but there were still some skills to hide. The camp was relatively empty, but not all the details could be seen at a glance. There were all kinds of deer antler tents and so on in the camp, and only the two exits were relatively empty. So even if you move forward under such circumstances, you must be careful of the opponent's sneak attack. Seeing Fifan like this, Zhu Shan felt relieved. That's what I want you to think. Boss Mu in the stands also began to show a happy look on his face. This is the best situation. The opponent's large force has gone deep into the enemy and has not discovered that Kangkong is preparing to launch a surprise attack from the side. By then, can they return in time? I'm afraid it will be difficult. Watching Fifan's large force advancing cautiously, the two players of Kangkong began to gradually retreat, throwing two skills at them whenever they had nothing to do, trying to attract Fifan's people. At the same time, the large force on the left side of Kangkong began to accelerate forward. Wang Yuanfen and Zheng Qi found the Kangkong player rushing over near the middle. Oh, it's Zheng Qi. Let me go and deal with him. Wang Yuanfen said. Are you stupid? Don't you see there are so many people behind him? Zheng Qi cursed. Quickly retreat. Can't retreat. Wang Yuanfen shook his head. You retreat first and prepare for defense. I want to see if the ball is on their side. Zheng Qi was stunned for a moment, then nodded heavily. Wang Yuanfen's words, at this time, really made sense. Chapter 369 From Heaven to Hell. Wang Yuanfen's intention was obvious. Now that they had discovered their opponents, there should be quite a few of them, but how many exactly were they? Was the football here? They didn't know. In the game of the football era, intelligence was very important. Sacrificing one or two people was nothing, as they would be back in 10 seconds. But if they didn't investigate clearly, it would be meaningless. But they couldn't both be killed here at the same time, so one of them had to go back, not to report the news or anything, but to defend later. It was always good to have one more person. So, Zheng Qi retreated and Wang Yuanfen went up. When Zheng Qi began to retreat, Wang Yuanfen didn't rush forward foolishly, but used a skill to climb first, jumped up high, then stepped on the left wall, and quickly followed up with a normal skill of jumping. This is one of the judgments that distinguish professional level operations from ordinary operations in the game. Whether you can jump over the wall, of course, this is just a distinction. Many players who were interested in rock climbing set climbing the towering walls of various cities as their goal. Every day, they try to jump over the walls with various skills and operations. Of course, there are very few who can succeed, especially in Chang'an City, which has the highest wall among all the cities. Even professional players can only use various skills to successfully climb up. So far, in the classic video area of football era, not the competition area, there is a post with a high click rate. It is a live video of Tsu's top player Qingxing and Dixing successfully climbing up Chang'an City in the shortest time. It is precisely because of this video that Chang'an City has been climbed the most times. Similarly, every day in Chang'an City, countless players fall from the walls one after another and scream and turn into light, which has also become a scene in Chang'an City. Wang Yuanfen is obviously also a player who is good at this. With just 2 jumps, he reached a very high position. Looking down from a high position, he should be able to see everything. However, as he jumped up, a skill exploded in his field of vision. Several arrows collided in his field of vision, and then sparks exploded, blocking his field of vision completely. I don't believe you can always do this. Wang Yuanfen cursed in his heart. This is the most convenient skill to block the line of sight. The combination of 8 arms and the arrow of Chaos Army is the fastest long-range attack skill. It won't lose much blood when it hits the body, but when it collides, it can block the line of sight very well. However, this is not a skill that can be used by one person. It requires 2 people to cooperate tacitly. So he kicked his feet on the wall, and his body quickly moved sideways, jumping from the city wall to the direction of the camp. However, when he moved sideways, 2 arrows exploded in front of him again. Wang Yuanfen still didn't see anything, and at this time the moving power brought by the skill was exhausted. Wang Yuanfen couldn't help but fall down, and the players of Kangping were already very close to him. At this time, Wang Yuanfen still had a chance to escape. But he didn't escape. In the air, he quickly switched to Zheng Fei's skill card, and then used the second skill to cut off the rear alone. This skill has a strong blow-away judgment, but Wang Yuanfen did not spray it at the opponent's player, but directly roared at the open space behind him. He did not hit the player, but the reaction force caused by hitting the ground made Wang Yuanfen, who was in the air, fly forward like a cannonball. The blow-away judgment of the lone rider was very strong, which directly made Wang Yuanfen move forward at a high speed. During the process of moving forward, Wang Yuanfen did nothing but give himself a skill to strengthen defenser, and then opened his eyes wide to observe the opponent's formation. Sprinting forward at such a high speed, no matter how good the skills are, they can't block his sight, but people can block his sight. Zheng Qi had jumped up, his whole body flashing with light. Damn, using so many auxiliary skills, what's the point of pretending? Wang Yuanfen cursed in his heart, but he knew that Zheng Qi had so many seemingly redundant auxiliary skills, not for waste, but to block his sight. Now Zheng Qi's golden, silver and green light were entangled together. It was so dazzling, especially when facing him, so that he couldn't see anything. This is a big loss. Wang Yuanfen thought helplessly. Zheng Qi entangled him, and the others focused their fire on him. No matter how fast he was, he couldn't run away. Moreover, in order to find out the number of opponents and mainly whether the ball was there, he had already gone quite deep. The next moment, under the concentrated fire of the opponent, Wang Yuanfen turned into light and left the field. Focus on the middle road and prepare to defend. Butler Meng said in the team channel, and then turned to look at Wang Yuanfen, who returned to the sidelines. I can't see where the ball is. Wang Yuanfen shook his head and said. But the two people in the middle are entangled with Zheng Qi and his large group. Zhuya said off the field. Well, but it may be that they did it on purpose to make us focus all our attention on this side. Butler Meng nodded. Now the problem is serious. It is impossible to judge where the opponent's ball is, so we can only set up defenses on all three lines. Liga Rui, retrieve quickly. It's enough to leave Zheng Qi there to fight with Yu. Those in the middle, retrieve quickly and go to the left to fill in. Butler Meng continued to speak in the team channel. This was the only way now. Zheng Qi and others began to retreat, but the two Kangan players began to turn around and entangle them. A large number of long-range skills were thrown down, which greatly slowed down their speed of returning to defensa. Zheng Qi was alone at the entrance of the left passage. Facing the surging Kangan troops, even if he occupied the terrain, it was difficult to deal with the opponent's attack. You retreat first, I will stay and entangle with them. Zheng Qi said to Zheng Qi and others without hesitation. Zheng Qi nodded and started to move with the large troops, while Zheng Qi turned around, accelerated quickly, and rushed towards the two Kangan players. However, even if they had retreated in time, their retreat speed was not very fast. With a slow-moving player like Su Ji in the team, the overall movement would certainly not be very fast. When they retreated to the entrance of the camp, Liga Rui had already arrived. Su Jing stopped and began to chant the teleportation skill. The next moment, Liga Rui, Cheng Zhao, and Zheng Qi were teleported. Then she continued to move, together with Zheng Qi and Niuya. When Liga Rui and others were teleported, Zheng Qi had just been killed by the opponent. After the defense line was broken, Liga Rui and others began to face the attack of 5 or 6 opponents. Although they could still hold on, they were suppressed by the opponent because they had no advantage in terrain. Focus on fire, kill them one by one. Zhu Shan shouted loudly in the team channel. There was no time to waste at this time. The degree of breakthrough would determine the outcome of this game. Since the breakthrough, their tactical thinking has actually been reflected. The extraordinary players have been cut into several pieces, and no small team can stop them with absolute superior forces. 6 against 3 is not a simple 2 against 1. At this time, Fu Lei broke out in his strongest state. He rushed up and entangled Li Gurui and Qing Yizhao alone. The concentrated fire of others quickly killed Zheng Qi. Although Fu Lei was also beaten to a low health by Li Gurui and Qing Yizhao's crazy counter-attack, he did not die. With the timely support of his teammates, Fu Lei's physical value was quickly pulled back to the safety line, and the players of Kangan launched a violent attack again. Although Su Jing and others were about to come to support at this time, Zhu Shan also showed his excellent command art at this time. He quickly conveyed the instructions one by one, and then they were faithfully implemented by the players of Kangan. Before Su Jing's recovery skill was about to be thrown over, Liga Rui fell to the ground again under the opponent's concentrated fire. Although the next moment, the large force of Kangping gathered together was attacked by Nidaluwa and Zheng Qi's two large-scale skills at the same time, and the forward speed was slowed down, and Wang Yuanfen also returned to the field and quickly came to support, but Zhu Shan had already seen the hope of victory. Fifen's defense line was already riddled with holes. Although their players still came up one by one to help defend like moths to a flame, they were still gradually pressed back in the rapid advancement of Kangping. Fifen's confrontation was fierce, but under his focused command, Kangping's advance could be described as unstoppable. As long as they break through a few more steps, Fifen will have to rush out to interfere with them. By then, killing one or two Fifen players will allow Beizhen, who was behind, to carry the football to the front court to launch an attack. Just as Zhu Shan was thinking this, Beizhen's shout reached his ears. Zhu Shan was stunned and quickly changed his perspective. Just now his attention was on the frontal advance, and of course he did not ignore the situation on Beizhen's side. But now, why did Beizhen suddenly shout? The next moment, he knew why. Zheng Qi's figure appeared behind Beizhen like a ghost. Beizhen, who had just turned around, saw Zheng Qi flying over. The next moment, Beizhen's vision turned black, and then he appeared beside him. "Where's the football?" Zhu Shan asked, a little out of control. "I didn't have time to refresh." Beizhen's words were all bitter at the moment. "When did that bastard Zheng Qi run behind you?" Zhu Shan couldn't help but curse. He had to lose his composure. Losing the ball in this situation was more than just losing the initiative. How similar was Kangping's situation to Fifen's when he lost the first ball. He was on the verge of scoring a goal, but the team lost the ball and faced a huge empty goal. This feeling of going from heaven to hell originally belonged to Fifen, but now, Kangping had also tasted this feeling. Chapter 370. A 30-year miracle. Zhu Shan, who was in the game, could not see clearly what was happening, but an outsider could see it clearly. The incident actually started when Zheng Qi took the initiative to entangle the two Kangping players. At first, the two Kangping players wanted to entangle Fifen's large force. After Fifen's large force began to withdraw, they had to turn around and block most of Fifen's return defense. At this time, Zheng Qi entangled them, using his speed and flexibility to constantly entangle them until Fifen's large force withdrew. Next, the two Kangping players wanted to kill Zheng Qi, but Zheng Qi used the terrain to sneak attack them everywhere with his flexible and changeable movements, and almost killed one of them. When the two were forced back-to-back to avoid blind spots in their sight, Zheng Qi withdrew. He did not retreat to his own half, but rushed forward to the entrance of the camp on the Kangping side, then made a big circle and went directly to the left passage. Zheng Qi did not know where the football was, he just took a gamble. And he won the gamble. After passing through the passage, he saw Senator standing at the entrance of the passage, waiting anxiously, with the football under his feet. The next thing was simple. Although Senator was also an excellent player, he was a player who was good at defense. He was far inferior to Zheng Qi in terms of flexibility and mobility. When he was attacked by Zheng Qi, he was simply a target. After a series of close-range attacks, Senator was sent out of the field by Zheng Qi, and he didn't even have the space to throw a skill at the football. The next moment, Zheng Qi controlled the ball and started to sprint forward. No one could stop him. It takes less than 10 seconds for a professional player to dribble the ball, even from his own half to the opponent's goal. Kicking the ball forward with force and then chasing the ball with various acceleration skills is also a basic skill for professional players. Like a flash of lightning, Zheng Qi crossed the narrow passage with the ball and rushed directly to the opponent's goal. When he could see the goal, Zheng Qi no longer hesitated. "Raise your foot and fire." When the kick was made, Zheng Qi calculated all the angles accurately, and the football drew a straight line in the air, flying straight into the blind corner of the goal. This was an empty goal, but Zheng Qi still chose to hit the blind corner. The football flew quickly towards the goal, with a speed of up to 300 km per hour. If it was put in the past games, it was a speed that even high-speed cameras could not keep up with. However, in the era of football, everyone can see the trajectory of the football's flight clearly. The broadcaster quickly calculated the distance and speed at the current speed of football flight. It would only take a little more than a second to fly into the gate. At this moment, the closest to the entry time was Lady of the Sky. When Senator was attacked by Zheng Qi, he made the most correct response. He rushed into a skill that Nidaluwa had just smashed out with extremely high damage, and then sent his vital parts towards the opponent's highest damage landing point, sending himself out of the field. The ball flew close to the goal. Fulay appeared in the penalty area of the sky. When he just appeared, he immediately raised his hand and shot an arrow. This is the fastest skill. What he had to do was to intercept the ball and refresh it before it flew into the goal. Even though it would only be a draw after refreshing, it would only be more and more tiring to continue struggling, but even if there was no hope, he had to persist. Fule had only this thought in his mind at the moment. The arrow of the chaotic army was as fast as a meteor. In Fule's expectant eyes, the arrow flew towards the football with a long tail of fire, and the next moment, a circle of brilliant sparks exploded on the football. Fule's eyes revealed a look of joy, but the next moment, his face changed drastically. The football did not disappear, but continued to fly forward. This can only prove one thing: before his chaotic army's arrow hit the football had already flown into the goal. Flying into the goal means that this is in a dead ball state, and the football in a dead ball state will not disappear. Fule's legs softened and he sat down. He had made the most correct judgment and reaction, but it was still just a little slower, perhaps just a few microseconds. However, the hole crossing the line is the hole crossing the line, and the system will not make any mistakes in such a judgment. The changes on the scoreboard in the stands also clearly prove this point. Fifen 2-1 Kangkong. At this time, the game was over, with less than 5 minutes left. The ball went in. What a dazzling reversal! When Kangkong was unstoppable, we thought they were about to score, but Zheng Qi explained a fact on the field: when you have an absolute advantage, it is also your most dangerous time. Accurate judgment and tactics. Zheng Qi appeared at the weakest point of Kangkong, then intercepted the ball and completed a wonderful attack. Fifen now has an absolute advantage. If they hold on for another 5 minutes, they will become the first team in 30 years to rush into the professional arena just after being formed. Commentators from all walks of life shouted one after another. This is indeed an exciting thing. It is rare to see such a situation. The gap between grassroots teams and professional teams makes the dragon-slaying legends in the early days of the professional league increasingly unlikely. Now, Fifen has created such a miracle. Their achievements are just like the name of their club, which is extraordinary. It is not easy to get such a good name. There have been no less than 10 teams named Fifen in the professional arena. Of course, they were unfortunately relegated later. In this way, this name became a team name that any team can use. Because only the names of the 44 teams in the professional league are protected and cannot be registered. And now, will Fifen become a professional team next year? Fifen's fans are cheering wildly. Although the game has not ended yet, they firmly believe that Kangkong can no longer create miracles. Fifen's victory is just around the corner. And Kangkong's fans are staring at this scene on the field in amazement. This kind of ups and downs may be exciting to others, but for fans, it is the pain of falling from heaven to hell in the blink of an eye. They are in great pain. Last year's relegation has already brought them a huge blow, and this year's fall at the last step has brought them even greater pain. But besides that pain, they also welcomed hope. Although it was a pity to lose in the finals, it also proved that Kangkong's current combat effectiveness was not bad. If they were lucky next year, would it be difficult for them to return to the professional arena? We still have Coach Zhu Shan, Captain Fulei, young rookies such as Zheng Qi, by Senator Yin Yu, Yo Kaian, and loyal officials such as Zhang Wu Jin, and Tang Ziyuan. They are not very old. With a little adjustment, they can be an excellent team again. They are lucky to be able to gain some hope in addition to disappointment. Compared with these fans, the one who is really suffering is Boss Mu. He knows that his hope is shattered. Without entering the professional arena, he will no longer have the hope of selling the club. So Boss Mu just looked at the field woodenly at this time, watching the players of Kangkong, with a tragic meaning, launching the final attack. Fifen quickly came out of joy and began to launch orthodox sniping. They did not move to the midfield, but divided into 3 teams, defending at 3 positions at the same time. This is a bit conservative, but the advantage is that the 3 teams can echo each other, and if they find that the opponent's number is not right, they can support each other. Now it's their turn to lead, and they can certainly use this seemingly conservative approach. In desperation, the players of Kangkong burst out with respectable courage. They stubbornly broke through Fifen's defense, but time was running out. After several players sacrificed themselves to bring a buffer, Fifen laid a complete defensive formation in front of the goal. Kangkong tried every way, but failed to break through Fifen's defense. When the final whistle sounded, Fifen's players began to celebrate wildly. They did it, they succeeded. As a newly formed team, they eliminated 2 former professional teams along the way, and then defeated a relegated team in their finals and successfully entered the professional arena. This is a result that no one has achieved in 30 years, and they did it. While the Fifen players were celebrating wildly, the players of Kangkong were sad. They don't know the reality that the team is about to be disbanded, they are just sad for the loss itself. The veterans were fine, but the newcomers like Zheng Qi were in great pain. Their careers had just begun, and they had suffered a serious setback. If they could hold on, this might become their precious wealth in the future. Don't cry, Xiaohan. Fu Lei patted Zheng Qi, whose face was already full of tears. We still have next year. Will there really be next year? Although Zheng Qi was young, he was not stupid. He also knew the situation of the club. If he failed to return to the professional arena this year, would the sky next year still be the same? Don't lose confidence at any time. Fu Lei said in a deep voice. You still have a long career. Zheng Qi looked at Fu Lei and nodded. Yes, compared with Fu Lei who had wasted 10 years in various new districts, he was already lucky. Fu Lei is now 27 years old, and will be 28 next year. How many years will his career have left? The captain was hit the hardest by not being able to upgrade this time. This game was really hard. Zheng Qi appeared in front of Fu Lei and stretched out his hand to him. How did you think of attacking us from behind before? Fu Lei asked. It's just a hunch. Zheng Qi smiled. I just bet that you'll bring the ball to the place with the most people. Indeed, we dare not take any other risks. Fu Lei shook his head helplessly. Fei Fan won, I can't congratulate you. No need, you'll have another chance next year. Zheng Qi nodded. Are you interested in letting your young people come to our guild to create professional accounts? And then join you? Fu Lei asked back. Of course. Zheng Qi laughed. Wishful thinking. Chapter 371 Decision. No one present took the chat after the game seriously. Fu Lei knew Zheng Qi. He didn't even act cute after winning. He just talked a little bit out of habit. Besides, he didn't even bother to talk to Fu Lei, who was not an acquaintance. Zheng Qi was a little unhappy, but he also knew that if he could really get an account with more than 800 points, his future would be really amazing. However, his feelings for Kanqing made him not want to leave Kanqing at this time. For young people who still have dreams, the more such a situation is, the more they don't want to appear to be disloyal. This approach is of course childish, but it is very valuable. After the extraordinary players celebrated wildly, they received the championship trophy. Amateur champions also have trophies, but runners-up don't. Of course, in this case, the runners-up are not in the mood to receive any trophies. When the venues opened, the cheers of millions of people immediately flooded into the venue like a tide. The cheers of millions of people, it is difficult for ordinary people to imagine what kind of scene that is. It is enough to make anyone excited to the point of adrenaline rushing and trembling all over. This was the first time for the FIFAN players to experience such a scene. They had never been treated this way when they won the previous matches. Even if the sound insulation of the same venue was cancelled, there would not be such a huge wave of sound. Now, all the FIFAN fans were cheering, and even the neutral fans were cheering. Although the neutral audiences were basically members of Zheng and Haitian, and they also had many friends in Kanqing, they were infected by the atmosphere on the scene and seemed to have forgotten to take care of the feelings of the Kanqing fans, and cheered along with the FIFAN fans. The awards ceremony was in progress, and a big fight had already begun in the stands around the venue. It was normal to start such a big fight after every important match. As mentioned before, after the end of the Super League, about half of the matches would have big fights, and the important matches related to winning the championship and ranking would basically all have big fights. In short, the winners wanted to show off, and the losers wanted to vent, and it was too normal to fight. However, there are relatively few big fights after the finals of amateur competitions. After all, not every team that is capable of challenging for the championship will necessarily maintain a large number of fans. Generally, having tens of thousands of fans is already a big deal. Fights of tens of thousands of fans can only be considered small fights in the mid-zone. This kind of fight involving millions of people is common in the Super League, but in amateur competitions, it is really rare. Awards are given on the field, fights are fought outside, it is so lively. The people in the league organizing committee are not surprised. This award ceremony is just a ceremony, and the rest can be done slowly. So after the award ceremony, they quickly left the field, leaving the FIFAN and Kanqing players to look at each other. How about a fight? Zheng Qi asked. Fu Lei was stunned. What do you mean? Zheng Qi asked vigilantly. It's so lively outside, and we are just watching. Zheng Qi pointed to the fight outside and said. The protection of the stadium will not be removed. People outside cannot come in, and people inside who want to go out must go through other passages. Normally, Professional players will retreat, Fulay said helplessly. On average, there will be a big fight between spectators in 1 out of every 3 professional games. If professional players also join in that fight, it will be too boring. That won't work. We're all brothers. If they start fighting, we can't just sit there. Come on, brother fan, take my shot. Zheng Qi shouted, and then threw a poisonous blow at Fulay. Fulay didn't expect Zheng Qi to fight him as soon as he said so. His whole body turned green and his physical energy dropped rapidly. Fulay didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Before he could react, Zheng Qi and several other young players from Kangping had already fought back. Then a group of people started fighting on the field. Although the game was over, the settings on the field would not change. Those who were killed would be sent out of the field for 10 seconds. However, both sides now had 22 people on the field, so there was no limit on the number of people on the field. 22 people against 22 people, and the fight was extremely lively. At first, the other people outside the stadium hadn't noticed that the stadium had already been in a mess, but there were many people outside the stadium, and the stadium was unobstructed. After a while, someone immediately discovered that the professional players on both sides of the stadium had already started fighting. This extremely strong impact made them all stop fighting one by one, but those who didn't stop consciously were immediately killed, and then more people found that the professional players on both sides were having a great time fighting in the stadium. Under the strong impact, they forgot that they were fighting in a PK brawl, and then they were also killed in large numbers. After more than 10 minutes, the fans of both sides who were fighting each other outside the stadium gradually stopped fighting and watched the professional players in the stadium continue to fight. When it became quiet outside, the players on both sides of the stadium also stopped fighting slowly. Everyone, don't fight anymore. Don't fight, celebrate when you should celebrate, go back and rest when you should rest, see you in the Class A stadium next year. Oh no, tomorrow we'll start a new round of grabbing, boss. You better not die too many times, or you won't be able to make up for the experience. Zheng Qi waved his hand and shouted loudly to the outside. No matter how loud his voice was, it was impossible for so many people to hear it. Fortunately, there was a loudspeaker next to the venue when the awards ceremony was just held. Zheng Qi picked up the loudspeaker and repeated it loudly several times, causing waves of cheers from Fifan's fans. Although Kangping's fans were unwilling to give up, they were also very disappointed after the fight. They thought that there was really no point in fighting again. Would it allow Kangping to return to the professional arena, or would it allow Fifan to continue playing amateur next year? It was impossible, so what was the point of fighting again? Sometimes, if you calm down a little, the fight will not start. So, Fifan's fans began to leave in groups to celebrate, and Kangping's fans also quietly left the venue, and the surrounding area soon became quiet. Brother fan, see you next time. Zheng Qi raised his hand and greeted Fulay. You were a bit ruthless just now, and you almost killed me again. Fulay said helplessly. If we don't fight so hard, how can we attract the attention of people outside? Zheng Qi smiled and waved to Fulay. Good guy, if you want to play a friendly match, call us anytime. We're in urgent need of competition experience now. Looking at the backs of the extraordinary players leaving, Fulay smiled bigly. Friendly match, I don't know how long the club can support it. Fulay is very clear about the boss's thoughts. The boss had been a little discouraged before. Now that he has failed to successfully enter the professional arena, what will happen to the future of the club? We will go to persuade the boss later. The current situation of the club has not actually deteriorated. As long as we persist, there will always be hope. At this time, Fulay received a message from Zhu. He read it silently and then turned off the communicator. While the fans of both sides were fighting in the stands, the professional players of both sides were fighting in the field, and then the fighting stopped and gradually dispersed. During this process, a box was quietly hanging in the air, motionless. Boss Mew has been in this box. He watched the chaos below, and then calmed down. During this process, he received a call. The other party's originally enthusiastic voice became cold, and did not make his emotions fluctuate more. It's all over. Boss Mew thought to himself. He felt unprecedentedly tired, but also unprecedentedly relaxed. Let go of everything, no longer care about anything. What will happen to Kangping in the future? Since he no longer has the ability, he will no longer have any responsibilities. At this time, his communicator rang again. Boss, we're all in the locker room. Zhu voice came from the communicator. Boss Mew laughed and agreed, okay, I'll go right away. After turning off the communicator, Boss Mew sighed. Zhu is a good coach. Fule is a good captain. The one who is not worthy at this club now is not any of them, but himself, the boss. If I announce that I will let go, there will be more suitable people to take over, right? After all, a club like Kangping still has great overall value. This year is only one step away from the professional arena. After adjustments next year, it may be a strong team again. At worst, I can just leave the house with nothing. It is the last thing I can do to keep this club intact. Thinking of this, Boss Mew straightened up, left the box, and strode to the locker room. Thank you for your hard work. Looking at the players and coaches in the locker room, Boss Mew said sincerely. Boss, I disappoint you. Fule said with some shame. No, you have performed very well. I believe that anyone who sees your performance will not think that the loss of this final is your fault. Boss Mew smiled easily. It is precisely because of this that I can leave with peace of mind. The previous words are normal, but the last sentence immediately made everyone open their eyes wide. Boss, Zhu Shan also lost his calmness. Boss, what do you mean? Zheng Qi asked in confusion. Nothing else means. After so many years of ups and downs, I am tired and I don't have the financial resources to keep the club going, so I decided to sell the Kangping club so that the club can survive better. Boss Mew said firmly. What, for sale? The players of Kangping were in an uproar. They had never expected this result. This was a big deal that affected everyone's future. Although the Kangping club had not achieved any good results over the years, the atmosphere had always been very good. If it was really sold, what would the future of Kangping look like? I will evaluate the conditions of the buyer and let them sign a contract that would allow Kangping to develop better. I can give up any benefits, but the interests of the club must be adequately protected. Otherwise, even if Kangping disappears, I will not let Kangping live without dignity. Chapter 372 Destruction. After the final round of the Yamato League, the highlights of this year's Amateur League are all over. For the Yamato League, the final decision on which 4 teams will enter the professional arena next year is the biggest highlight. Each club received a sufficient subsidy, which is for the club's expenses for the next season. After all, compared with professional teams, amateur clubs are often weak. If they are not subsidized, they will definitely have the worst foundation in the first-class arena. When the time comes, how to go up and down, the Yamato League will become a joke, right? Therefore, the professional league often subsidizes such teams very well. Hundreds of millions of funds, plus a season of no commission on ticket revenue, are all for these teams to survive better. Although this preferential subsidy makes all the first-class teams a little envious, jealous and hateful, they may also encounter such a situation, so other clubs will not really have any problems. Generally, after getting this money, the promoted clubs will use it as expenses for the next year. After all, even in the first-class league, the income will not be too high, especially to expand the club, expand the guild, recruit talents, etc. You have to spend a lot of real money, otherwise why would others follow you? Just because you have the title of a Class A team? Tiffin is different. Zheng Qi spent all the money as soon as he got it. The style he showed surprised Wang Yanfen, a local tyrant. Zheng Qi took out half of the money and distributed it to the professional players and the members of the first team. The professional players got less, after all, they were already paid, and it was just an extra bonus. The members of the first team got more. Zheng Qi was very generous. As for the remaining half of the income, Zheng Qi did not keep it, but directly regarded it as the club's profit and distributed it to all shareholders, except for all his own shareholders, but it was not distributed according to the number of shares, but distributed according to the head average. Your approach is really a bit like the head of the Liangshan Marsh. Su Jin couldn't help but praise Zheng Qi. Is this a compliment to me? Zheng Qi asked. Well, I'm praising you. Su Jin said with a smile. Boss, are you dividing the luggage now? Li Rui asked. What are you talking about? This is called a bonus, you know. Zheng Qi said. We've distributed all the income, so we won't play next year. Li Rui asked curiously. Will you guys have to take out the money when the time comes? It seems that this money is just for you guys to have fun. Shinny couldn't help but ask with a smile. He didn't mind taking it out again, but if he really did that, it would be Zheng Qi playing a trick on them. Of course not, am I the kind of person? Zheng Qi laughed. Then what are you going to do next year? Su Jing asked. Have you forgotten? I'm going to have money soon. Zheng Qi put his hands on his hips and laughed. I'm going to have 1 billion soon. Damn. The others cursed collectively. The previous finals were too tense, so tense that they forgot about it. If I leak a little bit next time, it will be enough for the club to use next year. Ha 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 ha. Zheng Qi laughed wildly, arrogant. Disperse, disperse. If this continues, this guy will be even more amazing. Zheng Qi shook his head, then waved his hand, and the other extraordinary players dispersed in a hurry. They didn't want to see Zheng Qi's complacent look. Only Su Jing stayed. Honestly, it's very unprofessional of you to do this. Su Jing said to Zheng Qi with a wry smile. Oh, now that everyone has little income, what's wrong with taking some money to have some fun? Zheng Qi chuckled. I can't always let you pay for it alone. You're 1 billion, actually, there is not 1 billion. After deducting taxes and other expenses, you'll get less than 800 million. This amount of money is not enough to support a Class A club for a long time. At least it can support 2 or 3 years. With our level, we can't make it to the Super League in 2 or 3 years. That's too little of us. Zheng Qi waved his hand. Don't worry, I'm going to compete with Brother Fei in the Super League. It's good that you can figure this out. If we really make it to the Super League, I may earn more than my father. Su Jing couldn't help laughing. Which shareholder of the Super League club is not rich enough to rival a country? After all, in this era when the boundaries between countries are already very shallow, the clubs in the Super League of various countries have a large number of fans. Such a national game will naturally bring national idols. Are you proud? Zheng Qi blinked. A little bit, but we have to win to the Super League first. By the way, the club sponsorship next year must be handed over to my father's Dyson Group. Su Jing said. Of course, the conditions are similar. Of course I have to help my uncle. Zheng Qi said as a matter of course. Don't worry about this, my father has never thought of taking advantage of me. The conditions are definitely the best conditions that a Class A team can get. This is also good for some group. Such exposure is not comparable to other advertisements. Su Jing said seriously. Win-win is the best. Zheng Qi laughed. By the way, have you heard about Canton? Su Jing asked. Of course, if I didn't hear about such a big thing, how ignorant would I be? Zheng Qi replied. After the final game, the highlights of the Yamato League did not end. The news that Mu King, the owner of Canton, wanted to sell Canton had spread throughout the myth area. After this news came out, it was still very shocking. After all, Canton was not a team that had been relegated for several years and had no influence. They were just relegated last year and played very well in the Yamato League this year. In the end, they lost to Fifan. It can be said that they were defeated with honor. The level of Fifan in the game made everyone know that this was not the strength that an amateur team should have. For such a Canton, as long as they were lucky, it would be easy to return to the first-class team. In today's world where it is difficult to buy a first-class team, there should be many financial groups interested in Canton. But I feel that this boss Mu is a bit naive. Su Jing said. Yes, who will give him a 10-year team-building plan? Zheng Qi nodded. Many financial groups did have intentions, but after seeing Mu King's requirements, they basically backed off. Mu King asked not to sell off the team members at will, asked the union organization to continue, and asked not to change the name of Canton. How could this be possible? However, for Mu King, he thought that it was completely legitimate for him to make such a request, because the consortium that had negotiated with him before agreed to his request and gave him a lot of extra cash. Now he didn't want cash, so no one agreed. Mu King overlooked one thing. The other party agreed before, but there was a prerequisite. Canton was in the A-level league, not the amateur league. A-level teams, especially teams with a strong foundation like Canton, get enough funds to spend a lot of money to introduce some outstanding players and impact the Super League. The possibility is quite large, but the possibility of amateur teams entering the A-level arena is much smaller. From the perspective of the schedule, amateur teams are not as good as A-level teams. The A-level rush to the Super League is determined by the performance of the league. If there is an overwhelming advantage, some mistakes can be made, and they will not lose a game. What about the amateur league? Even if the opponents are weaker, the elimination system of the Yamato League does not allow for any mistakes. Don't those consortiums know that they can pull a team to impact directly from the Yamato League? Even if it is difficult to temporarily form a team, it is not difficult for those teams that have been in the Yamato League for a while and still have a foundation to spend money to buy 1 or 2 teams. Why doesn't anyone do this? It is because the cost is too high and there are too many accidents. Sometimes a small mistake will make a year's investment go to waste. Isn't this year's Canton a good example? They have made the greatest efforts and have an extremely outstanding performance. With their performance this year, they would have basically entered the professional arena in previous years. However, they happened to encounter a team like Fifen this year. No one could have expected such a thing. This is the reason why those consortiums don't want to take over, not to mention that Mu King has put forward so many restrictions and requirements. With such restrictions and requirements, it is better to form a team by yourself, so Kangping was actually left alone. It has been half a month since the end of the Yamato League, and Kangping is now left alone, with no one paying attention. The team members are uneasy. If Zushan and Fulei's prestige is not high enough, then maybe someone wants to leave. In fact, many of the players of Kangping have begun to waver. It's not that they have nowhere to go. In the first-class league, they have also performed well. They stayed in Kangping because they have feelings for Kangping. Now the club is going to be sold as a whole. What's the point of them staying? The contracts of amateur leagues are signed for 1 year. After reaching the first class, they will naturally have to renew them. Now, they are actually free agents. They used to have feelings for Kangping. Now the boss wants to sell it. They still insist on it, which seems a bit ridiculous. What's more, it has been half a month and no consortium has taken over. Is Kangping going to be a mess? Under such circumstances, the first team players of Kangping began to leave one after another. Mu King had no way to stop them from leaving, and Zushan and Fulei had no way to stop them from leaving. Their contracts have expired, and they are still forced to stay. There is no reason for that. And the players of Kangping are still in the market in the teams behind the first-class league or in amateur teams. They are experienced, have a good level, and are not too greedy. They performed very well last year, so they are naturally very popular. Young players like Zheng Qi are more popular, but they have no intention of leaving. After all, they don't worry about having nowhere to go. Now less than half of Fifen's first team is left, and Mu King is a little desperate. No one is taking over the club, and half of the first team has disbanded. His previous plan has been completely shattered. Chapter 373. The only obstacle. How are you doing lately? Zheng Qi asked Fulei with concern. Stop it. Fulei smiled bitterly. Don't you know what we are like now? You know. So what are you still doing? Zheng Qi asked. I don't know why I should insist on it, but if I don't insist, the team will really fall apart. Fulei sighed. It would have fallen apart anyway, Zheng Qi said. In fact, the sky has reached this point now, there is no need for it anymore. So many clubs with a long history have fallen apart, right? What's the point of you insisting? Do you want to form a team like us and impact the professional arena? Zheng Qi continued. That's impossible, you're a special case. Fulei shook his head. He saw this very clearly. Fifen was able to create such a miracle because they already hit such strong strength. There were more than a dozen players with professional level and god level accounts. If they were not too young and inexperienced, they would not have hit such a hard time playing in amateur competitions this year. Even so, they survived. Such a team is completely unreplicable by other teams. It is easy to copy in other places. With so many outstanding accounts, other clubs cannot come up with such a team in a few years. So face the reality. Kangping is unlikely to continue to survive as a professional club. Now there is no one to take over, and your team will fall apart. It is right in front of you. Zheng Qi said. It's a very cruel reality. Fulei nodded. In fact, he has known this for a long time, but didn't he still have a glimmer of fantasy before? For example, a consortium came out to take them all over and then supplement their strength. Since it is impossible to exist anymore, do you want to join us? Zheng Qi asked. Fulei smiled bigly. You are taking advantage of the fire. Fulei sighed. No, you were going to join other teams anyway. What's the difference between that and joining us? No, there is a bigger difference, because joining us will give you a better future. Zheng Qi smiled. Fulei had to admit that this made sense. If Zheng Qi and his team were to join other clubs, their future might not be guaranteed. But if they joined Fifen, think about Fifen's ability to build accounts. Zheng Qi and his team could have a strong set of character attributes, and Fifen would become even stronger. Fifen's ability to build accounts might not last long, but it could still be done in the next year. Under such circumstances, young players like Zheng Qi would have a much better future if they joined Fifen than if they joined other teams. Besides us, there is no other club that can take over the rest of you, right? Including all the guilds and stuff. Generally, clubs won't do that. They will only take the players and guild leaders they need. Zheng Qi continued, and our two clubs have cooperated a lot before, and there is also a lot of cooperation between guild members. If we unite, the impact won't be that big. We had a PK before, Fulay reminded Zheng Qi. It was just a small PK, and it stopped soon, and everyone didn't tear each other apart. What do you think? Now that we can't find anyone to take over, it's better to join us collectively instead of disbanding. At least these people will be together. Well, Fulay nodded slightly. He has now begun to formally consider this matter. After all, the players who were left in Canton now were really old friends who don't want to separate. They are used to playing together and working hard together. They don't want to separate just like that. Otherwise, they would have found a way out long ago. After being delayed for half a month, Canton can no longer be sold as a whole. Many Class A teams are waiting to rush in and then break up Canton. Canton is such a big plate, and those clubs can't eat it all at once. They can only divide a part of it. This is something that Canton's current players are unwilling to accept. Fulay himself is not worried about where to go. His operating ability combined with his personal character attributes, even if he goes to the Super League, he will have a foothold. But if he really wants to do this, he would have done it long ago. Fifen proposed another way. Join Fifen collectively. Fifen is now relatively wealthy and can afford them, and at the same time has sufficient demand for players like them. Among the current 22 players at Fifen, there are several who are just making up the numbers, and their level does not meet the professional requirements. The Boat Trio is on loan, and apart from Qing Yizhao who wants to play in the new district, Wang Chong and Hong Jian have already left. The only ones who are truly professional are Zheng Qi, Su Jin, Zheng Xu, Niao Liwa, Wang Yuanfen, Li Gerui, Qing Chuan, Lin Fei, Zhong Qing, Zheng Xi, Yuan Kong and Zhu Ye, with only 12 people, which is obviously not enough to play in the first-class league. If the group of players of Canton joins directly, then the problem of the shortage of the Fifen first team will be solved. The same is true for the guild. Fifen will accept anyone who is willing to join. In fact, the problem facing the guild is also very serious. Their guild leaders have basically worked together for many years. The level of these people varies. If other clubs poach people, they will only poach a part of them, and will not poach the entire guild leaders. There are places for power struggles everywhere, and the original guild leaders will of course be wary of new members. So the problem facing Canton is actually very serious. In the absence of anyone to take over, they can only be dismantled. Now someone is willing to accept them as a whole, which is naturally a blessing in disguise. The only problem is that the players and the guild leaders may not be able to accept the team that eliminated them as a whole. Sure enough, when Fulay went back and told the remaining players about this, Zheng Qi and others exploded one after another. Damn, if it weren't for them, how could we have fallen to such a point? Zheng Qi was the first to come out and object. Yes, if we really joined Fifen as a group, what will the members of the guild think of us? Jin was more stable, but the question he raised was very sharp. If we disperse, there is nothing we can do. Even if the members are unhappy, they know that we can't do anything. But if we joined Fifen as a group, the members may disperse immediately and call us traitors all day long. Tang Ziyuan had the same attitude. Fulay sighed. It was because he knew this that he felt it was difficult to deal with, but it was obviously the only way. Do we really want to separate? Or should we gather together and strive for some owners in Fifen? At the time, we can completely prove that Canton is still there as a Canton player, not that it has disappeared. If we disperse, then Canton is really gone, Fulay said helplessly. Fulay's words made everyone else fall into silence. Yes, if they dispersed, then Canton would really be gone, but they also couldn't bear the consequences of being scolded by angry Canton fans. It's okay. I'll take care of it all. Mu King, who seemed to have aged a lot, raised his head and said, in fact, even if you went to the professional arena, Canton would no longer exist. At the time, a consortium contacted me and planned to buy you out after you went to the professional arena. I agreed. Unfortunately, the contract was cancelled without you entering the professional arena. In the surprised eyes of everyone, Mu King stood up and said, I'll talk to Fifen. You can join Fifen at the time. I'll talk to the guild. I made this decision. You just fell for my trick. Boss, you, Fulay seemed a little at a loss at this time. Don't call me boss. I don't deserve to be the boss. At the time, I will announce to the public that I deceived you and coaxed you into signing a new contract. Then I directly transferred your contract to Fifen. You went there involuntarily. You are also victims, not only your contract, but also that contracts of all the professional players in the club and guild were sold by me. At the time, they will only resent me. Mu King straightened his back and said, Boss, have you thought about the consequences of doing this? Zhu Shan, who had been silent, could not help but ask. It doesn't matter. I don't want to work in this industry anymore. I have paid a lot and gained a lot in the past 10 years. After the contract transfer is settled, I will go abroad. Anyway, my remaining savings are enough for me to use. Mu King shrugged and said easily. He is really relaxed now. After the club could not be sold, he realized that he was indeed naive, and now he can use this method to make up for his previous mistakes. Mu King is very happy. Doing this, boss, it will be difficult for you. Fu Lei shook his head. This is the only way. I am to blame for the current state of the club. It is a good result to be able to use this method to keep the club going in this way. Maybe one day, a loyal Kanken fan will establish the Kanken club again. At the time, you can still contribute to Kanken. Now, don't waste time on amateur competitions. Fu Lei, you have already paid a lot for the club. Zheng Thong, Jin, Tangzi Yuan, you are all the same. Zheng Qi, by Senator, Yin Yu, Yo Kaian, you are still young and have a long way to go in your professional career. Amateur competitions are not where you should stay. Mu King shook his head and said. Fu Lei was speechless. He knew that this was indeed the only way to go now. Their persistence until now was meaningless. Why not join Fifan instead of joining other teams? Fifan needed them more. The relationship between the two guilds was actually very good. That confrontation would not cause them to have real cracks and hatred. It was just a bent that could not be turned around, and Mu King's statement could calm the only obstacle. Chapter 374 Influence. Well, actually, there is no need to do this. After talking with Mu King for a while, Zheng Qi thought about it and then said to Mu King. What else can we do? Mu King spread his hands. It's just a normal transaction. I buy and you sell. It's that simple. We will try our best to keep the Kanken Guild. Next, our guild alliance will be called the Fifth and Kanken Guild Alliance. This is not an acquisition, but just a merger. Zheng Qi said. There'll still be many members who choose to leave because they can't figure it out. Mu King shook his head. Then let them leave. If their hearts are not here, it's useless to force them. Let's make it clear. Those who are willing to stay can stay, and those who don't want to stay can do whatever they want. Compared with 100 people who were in harmony with each other and 50 people who work together, I choose the latter. Zheng Qi replied calmly. Are you sure? Mu King asked. Sure, but I have to talk to Zhu Wikio and the others before that. Zheng Qi nodded. Mu King nodded. Since Zheng Qi himself said so, there was no need for him to be the villain. Zheng Qi immediately called Zhu Wikio and several senior leaders of the Kanken Guild. They were all familiar faces. After all, they had fought side by side for so long. The Kanken Guild and the Fifan Guild will merge, and from now on it will be called the Fifan Kanken Guild Alliance. After not seeing each other for a few days, Zhu Wikio looked much more haggard. It was no wonder. As the boss of the Kanken Guild, his feelings for Kanken were no less than those of Zhu Shan, Fu Lei and others, but he could only watch Kanken fall apart. Of course, he would be even more psychologically unbearable. Yes, this is already a must. We will sign a contract with Boss Mu soon, and the contracts of you professional players will be directly merged. Of course, if you don't want to, you can terminate the contract unconditionally, and we will not impose any restrictions on you. Zheng Qi said. Where can we go after the contract is terminated? It's better to stay. Anyway, the Guild Alliance still has the word Kanken. Zhu Wikio said helplessly. He saw through things better than Zhu Shan and Fu Lei. The Sky Guild was formed based on the Sky Club. Professional players like them would be in other guilds if they were not in the Sky Guild. It would be better for them to join Fifan, at least they were all familiar with each other. This was very important. As for the guild, you big guys will be responsible for explaining it. Those who are willing to stay can stay, and we won't force those who don't want to stay. It's just that the guild's material warehouse is already public, so we will stay here, and you can take your own equipment away. Zheng Qi said, if you have extra contribution points to exchange for materials, you can also exchange them, and we won't interfere. Zhu Wikio nodded, looked at the other people in the guild, agreed, and said goodbye to Zheng Qi. Okay, we've got it. Zheng Qi stretched his body, and then asked Su Jing beside him, how many of the more than 1 million fans of Kanken do you think will stay? Most of them will. After all, those extremely loyal fans are a minority. For most players, they will have more benefits if they stay in the guild. There is actually no difference between staying and leaving. Even if they are all fans of Kanken, they have no reason to hate us. Those who choose to leave because of this must be very few. Su Jing nodded. Well, for a very small number of people to stay and take the blame, Boss Mew's idea is really, I don't know how to say him, Zheng Qi smiled. No way, he is also a naive person. If he is not so naive, he would not have insisted on Kanqing for so long, right? And he made such wrong judgments. Su Jing also shook his head. Next, let's see what the result is. Zheng Qi nodded and said. For the fans of Kanqing, they have indeed had a headache in the past half-month. The future of Kanqing is uncertain, and the guild has not organized collective activities. What will happen next? Everyone is very uneasy, and they don't know what it will be like. Football-era games are a part of most people's lives, and the same is true for the members of the Sky Guild. Not all of them are loyal fans of the Sky, but they're just like this team. Many of them have been in this guild for too long and have too many friends, so they don't want to leave this guild. The vast majority of people still follow that crowd. In this case, when the bosses of the Sky Guild announced that they would merge with the Fifth Guild, most of the Sky Guild members were just at a loss for a moment, and then they thought that this seemed not bad. The cooperation over the past year has not been in vain. The members of the two guilds have joined forces to brush the book or snatch the boss many times. Although they don't have a deep relationship with each other, at least there are many familiar faces. It would be much better if they were mixed with other clubs and guilds that they were not familiar with or even confronted before. And the cohesion of the Sky Club also showed an extremely outstanding effect at this time. After the relegation, the organization and cohesion of the top management of the Sky Guild were very strong, and now these top managements have unified their thoughts. Therefore, although there are still many Sky fans who can't turn this corner, most of the fans have chosen to admit the reality. After all, Sky is gone, and they have to continue playing in the myth area. Of course, they can be independent players, which is also a way to play, but if they want to play happily, they still have to be together with the guild to be better. After all, there are attribute enhancements, collective activities, and places to exchange materials. Just like modern society cannot do without a division of labor, in the guild, you can also get a lot of convenience. Of course, there are also many Sky fans who can't understand why they have to sell to for fun. There are quite a few of these people, and many of them chose to leave the Sky Guild in anger. However, when counting in the next period, more than 1 million fans of Sky left before, and now there are still more than 1 million fans who continue to stay and become part of the new Fifth and Sky Guild Alliance. Great, great. Now we can form a 60-member league group to trouble Changfen. Zheng Qi laughed and said to Zhou Qi. It's a bit difficult, isn't it? Zhou Qi said in surprise. We used to be 4 guilds, so do we need to bring Zheng Qi and Haitian? Why do we need to bring them? It's no problem for us to gather 60 elite groups, which is enough for us to snatch many bosses to enhance our strength. Why do we need to share the profits with others? Zheng Qi looked at Zhou Qi in surprise. It's just our 2 families, so we can't beat Changfen. Zhou Qi was even more surprised. I'm just making an analogy. If we can't beat Changfen, can we beat other teams? Zheng Qi said. Zhou Qi suddenly felt like a fool. In fact, it would be the most fun if we could occupy a city, but we are at a disadvantage in this regard. We don't have so many good players. Kanqing has more former professional players. Remember to share some of the burden and disrupt the professional elite teams to improve the overall strength. Zheng Qi said. Well, they shouldn't have too many objections, as long as we don't do it this way at the beginning, and take it slowly. After all, we had a very good effect under the command of Coach Meng before, and everyone was happy to be commanded by Coach Meng. Zhou Qi nodded. Well, next year we will impact the Super League, and everyone should work hard together. Zheng Qi sighed and said. This is a topic that makes us feel distressed. Zhou Qi was silent for a while, and then said. Yes, you have been unlucky since you were promoted to the Super League, but we are different. Zheng Qi said confidently. We're indeed strong, but we don't have that much confidence, right? There are still many strong teams in the league. Zhou Qi reminded him. Don't be reckless, we're a lesson for others. Zheng Qi made a V gesture to him. When the dust settled on the league playoffs and the suspense of the Super League was basically over, the news of the Yamato League attracted a lot of attention. Although compared with the news of the 3 teams that successfully promoted to the Super League and Changfen regaining the league championship, this news was relatively small, but it still caused quite a stir. The Fifth Club, newly promoted to the league, spent 200 million to buy the ownership of the Kanqing Club. The name of the Kanqing Club will become history. 8 Kanqing players, including Captain Fuladi, joined Fifth, and the Kanqing Guild merged with the Fifth Guild to form the new Fifth Kanqing Guild Alliance. This news may not have much impact on the Super League level. After all, the strength of a team that is about to participate in the A-League has expanded a lot, which doesn't matter to them. To pose a threat to them, they must first enter the Super League. However, for those teams in the A-League, there is no doubt that an extremely powerful opponent has been added. From this year's amateur competition, the best performance and the strongest overall are undoubtedly Fifan and Kangping. The other three promoted teams are a little worse than them in terms of performance and performance on the field. Now that the two teams have merged together, just on paper, how powerful are they? Although these three promoted teams have also gained some benefits from Kangping and introduced several outstanding professional players, compared with the expanded strength of Fifan, they are far behind. After the start of the A-League next year, what kind of impact will this team have on the A-League? Is their goal to be promoted or to stay in the league? Regardless of whether they are promoted or to stay in the league, such a team will surely stir up huge waves in the A-League. There are 9 teams in the promotion zone, of which the champion will directly advance, and the remaining 8 teams will fight against each other in the knockout rounds, and the last 2 winning teams will advance through the playoffs. Although there are only 4 teams that will be relegated, considering the relatively balanced strength of the A-League, the teams outside the top 10 will probably have a headache to stay in the league. Compared with the Amateur League, the A-League is more complicated. Chapter 375 Making Trouble. I never thought that we would be regarded as competitors by these teams. I'm a little scared. Zheng Qi sighed and said to Sujing. Sujing smiled with her lips pursed. It was hard to see Zheng Qi looking helpless, but it was true. Before the first-class teams played in the league, especially the newly promoted teams, they always had to find a few opponents to play warm-up games to adapt to the professional arena. However, the Fifan club contacted several clubs, including the top-ranked Hong Yuan Liao Quan Jia Hezan, but all of them refused the proposal to play a friendly match with Fifan. For new teams, playing friendly matches is very important, and for these old teams, playing friendly matches with newly promoted teams is also a way to understand new teams, and they often will not refuse. If 1 or 2 teams refuse, it's not a big deal, but if so many top-ranked teams refuse, then there is a problem. It seems that we have made them feel threatened. Zheng Qi sighed. There is no way. It is normal for such an outstanding team like us to be envied. Aren't you anxious? Sujin couldn't help asking. What can we do in a hurry? We are newcomers who have just entered the industry and seem to be very awesome. It is normal to be excluded, right? But fortunately, we still know a few people. Zheng Qi sighed. Haitian and Shengji are no problem, but it is not enough to play friendly matches with these 2 teams. Sujin thought for a while and said. It is not enough, but it can hold up for a while. For other teams, look for teams that are behind. Zheng Qi smiled and said, they should be happy to play a game with us. After all, as a relegation team, it is also good for them to have a strong team to play against them. What if they're unwilling? Sujin asked. Then play fewer games, which means earning less appearance fees. Anyway, the first half of the season is the process of adaptation, and the second half of the season is our springtime. Zheng Qi said. Sujin nodded. This is normal, because Fifan in the first half of the season is actually weaker than the previous season. The departure of Wang Chong and others has left Fifan's first team without 3 gold medal items. As for the newly joined Kangping players, except for Filady who can join directly, the others, whether they are the 4 young players Zheng Qi, Bai Senator, Yin Yu, and Yao Kaian, or the 3 older players Zheng Jin, and Tang Ziyuan, will go to the new area to build a strong account, and then sprint in the second half of the season. So in the first half of the season, Fifan has to adapt to the rhythm of the game, get familiar with the opponent's strength, and then sprint in the second half of the season. With Fifan's current strength, this must be done. 1 to win consecutive victories right from the start, and then top the list all the way to the Super League. Zheng Qi is not so naive, nor so confident. For Fifan, this season they have to adapt to the rhythm of the league and the strength of the opponent. This is not something that can be done casually. Among Fifan's players, except for Zheng's 3 Kangping players, plus Filady's half-season of professional league experience, all other people have no experience in professional games. Experience is not something you can just talk about. It takes years of accumulation. Understanding the opponent, understanding the competition venue. Fifan suffered losses in the finals. It is difficult to truly understand a game without paying some tuition. Zheng Qi is mentally prepared to pay such a price, and the players of Fifan are also mentally prepared. It will be difficult to start, but we still have to move forward towards hope and strive hard to enter the professional arena this season. Kangping did suffer a big loss in this regard, but even if it suffers, the goal of any A-level team will always be to impact the Super League. A team without this ambition will not stay in the level league for long. By the way, the people who will create accounts in the new area next year are almost there. Sujing suddenly remembered. Well, Kangmi has 7 people, plus Qing Yizhao who was promised before, that's 8. By the way, Zhifei is here too, so there are 9 people now. Zheng Qi said. Zhifei? Sujing was a little confused. It's the Fingerling that we eliminated in the quarterfinals. They are not doing well now. They don't want to hinder the future of Zhifei, a young player, so they sent him here. Zheng Qi replied. Oh, it's him. Sujing remembered. Wasn't he very unhappy with us at the time? He was very unhappy, but he still admired our level. There is an opportunity to improve himself. What else can he do if he doesn't come? This kid has a strong character and excellent defensive ability. He is also a good player if he is trained well. I have signed a 5-year contract with him. He can't escape our 5 fingers mounting. Ha 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 ha. Zheng Qi laughed wildly. In this way, we won't waste quotas in the new area this time. We wasted 4 quotas last year. It's a pity. Sujing nodded. Except for Qing Yizhao, all the players who will participate in the account creation in the new area this time are extraordinary players. They basically signed contracts for 3 to 5 years, so they can be trained boldly. Last year, Niaohua led the team. This year, we need to tell them all the details. Zheng Qi thought for a moment and said, but since they all have long-term contracts, it doesn't matter. These people don't look like the infernal affairs. Besides, other clubs are studying how to pull monsters, and they are almost ready to produce results. We can only use this year. The second half of the season will start the sprint. I hope we can have a chance to hit the Super League this year. Sujing nodded. Just kidding, we will definitely make it. Zheng Qi said. Yes, we will definitely make it. Sujing laughed. For Zhifei, he was a little reluctant to join Fifan before, but now, he has begun to look forward to the performance after getting an outstanding account. Fifan has risen too fast and has a poor foundation. This is the reason why he didn't want to come before. After all, when he started to receive training from Football Era, he had never heard of Fifan, so how could he leave a deep impression? Now, after joining Fifan and knowing Fifan's achievements in the past 2 years, it is natural for him to have a feeling of longing. Young players like him are very malleable. In fact, most of the players in Fifan are young people like this. Fifan has a bright future. After signing a contract with Fifan, Zhifei came to Ju City and moved into the Fifan club. The Fifan club began to become more and more lively. The young and energetic players made the club station noisy. Although they each have their own circles, for young people, the boundaries of the circles are never so obvious. Zhifei soon made his first friend in the Fifan club. First it was Li Gurui, and then it was Wang Yuanfen. These 2 young people with different personalities and different backgrounds have a wide range of friends in the base and have good relationships with everyone. The only bad thing is that when these 2 people appear at the same time, it is too noisy. I really envy you. If the club didn't need me, I would want to open a new account to create a stronger character. Wang Yuanfen said to Zhifei. In fact, the club doesn't really need you. Why don't you go with them? Li Gurui asked Wang Yuanfen. Damn, are my attribute points of just over 800 very bad? Wang Yuanfen cursed. Look at me. Do you know numbers? Li Gurui showed his account attribute points. Get lost. Seeing the 2 flirting, Zhifei felt very stressed. At this time, Zheng Qi, by Senator and others beside him also felt helpless. 2. Do you remember what you were here for? By Senator asked carefully. Oh, yes, I am here to teach you how to pull monsters. It's all Wang Xiao's fault for making trouble here. You don't know how to pull monsters, why are you here to make trouble? Li Gurui accused Wang Yuanfen. You're unreliable, aren't you? You are not clear, how can they hear clearly? Compared with Zheng Qi, you are so bad. Wang Yuanfen fought back. Seeing that the 2 are about to quarrel again, Bai Senator had to come out to smooth things over. Among the 9 people who were about to participate in the new area, Zheng Thong and the 3 older players valued their status. Qing Yizhao didn't talk much, and Zhifei was new, so only Bai Senator had a better temper. After finally getting the 2 to sit down, Li Gurui talked about the method of pulling monsters, which made them frown. It must be said that teaching is also a basic job. Where is Zheng Qi? Wasn't he the one who taught the past 2 days? The 9 newcomers asked each other in private chat. Who knows, it seems that he went there for something. He also works in the tactics department. I heard that the guys in the tactics department are all from the Academy of Sciences. Our club is really awesome. But Fifen didn't seem to show any tactical level last year. Is it because there is not enough time? Didn't you see that Coach Zhu has been hanging out in the tactics department all this time? Yes, Coach Zhu is very good in this area. There must be other reasons why Zheng Qi can't come. We must build our account well in the next 6 months and strive to help the club enter the Super League in the second half of the year. By then, we will also be super players and live a much more comfortable life than now. But this league really can't teach. Why hasn't Zheng Qi come yet? Amid the complaints of the newcomers, Liga Rui continued to explain, saying something here and there, which made the newcomers more confused, and also made Wang Yuanfen keep asking questions and disrupting him. Liga Rui's lecture was already very messy, and he had to quarrel with Wang Yuanfen in between, so the progress of the lecture was even slower. Fortunately, there is still a month before the new district starts, so even if some time is wasted, it is not a problem. Fin DS capture no much as great as Pelaga has to L final. No SE indeed all like bus gasms contendo exclusive YXO in mediato. Subscribe news to Patreon. Recuerda, card alike, subscription Donaking nos anima continue. Great as a todos nos vemos en el próximo video.